What if the silence of a small town wasn't peace, but a graveyard of secrets? And what if the voices buried for generations finally demanded to be heard? Welcome to Dark Pulse, where every whisper hides a crime and every shadow holds a story. You're about to hear a tale of murder, mystery, and the silence that nearly swallowed an entire town. Tell me in the comments where and when you're watching from, because your presence keeps this channel alive. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share if you crave more spine-chilling crime thrillers and haunting mysteries. Whispers from an Empty Room, Blackwood's Cursed History. The rain had stopped when Ethan Ward and his 10-year-old son Caleb crossed the rusted sign that welcomed them to Blackwood, Maine. The town appeared ordinary. Quiet streets, dim gas lamps glowing against the wet pavement, storefronts with fading paint. But something in the air felt heavier. A silence so unnatural that Ethan gripped the steering wheel tighter. "Dad," Caleb whispered, his small voice uncertain. "Why does it feel so empty here?" Ethan forced a smile. "It's just a small town, buddy. You'll get used to it." He didn't believe his own words. He hadn't moved here for comfort. After his wife Allison's sudden death, Boston had become unbearable. When a letter came saying a distant relative had left him a Victorian mansion in Blackwood, it felt like fate. A chance to start again. The mansion revealed itself as they pulled into the gravel driveway. 3 stories of blackened wood and broken shingles, a widow's walk rising above like a crown. Its windows stared down at them like dark, watching eyes. Caleb pressed his face to the window. "It looks haunted." Ethan laughed, though his throat was dry. "It's just old. Houses like this creak. That doesn't make them haunted." Inside, the weight of the place fell on them at once. The scent of damp rot clung to the walls. Wallpaper peeled like loose skin. Portraits of long-dead strangers seemed to track their every movement. The silence was not silence at all. It was full of faint sounds, water dripping somewhere deep inside the walls, scratching like nails dragging behind the plaster, and a low hum that felt like the house itself was breathing. The next morning, Ethan walked into town for groceries. At the small store, conversation stopped when he entered. A cashier, pale and tight-lipped, leaned across the counter. "You're staying at the Harrington house?" Ethan nodded. "That's what the deed called it. Belonged to my mother's uncle, I think." The woman crossed herself. "People don't last long there." He tried to laugh. "Because it's falling apart?" Her eyes hardened. "Because it remembers." She lowered her gaze as if afraid the walls themselves might hear. That night, after Caleb was asleep upstairs, Ethan sat unpacking. The wind rattled the windows. Then he heard it, soft, too close, like a breath behind his ear. "Ethan." He spun around. Nothing. The hall was empty, the shadows long. His heart pounded as he checked Caleb's room. The boy was sitting upright in bed, eyes wide, staring into a dark corner. "She was here," Caleb whispered. "Who?" Ethan asked, his voice tight. "The woman. She whispered my name." Ethan searched the room, under the bed, inside the closet. Nothing. He tucked Caleb in and said it was only a dream, but as he turned to leave, the whisper brushed the air again. Over the next few days, the house showed its teeth. Doors closed by themselves. The smell of smoke drifted through empty rooms. Every night, the whispers returned. Caleb began drawing pictures of the mansion, and in the windows he sketched a faceless woman in a long dress. "She watches me," he said simply. Ethan's stomach twisted. Desperate for answers, he went to the library where he met Harold Pike, the town historian. The old man studied him closely before speaking. "That house has stood since 1890, and with every generation, blood has been spilled inside its walls. 15 deaths, maybe more. People vanished, families destroyed. None of those crimes were ever solved. Ethan's voice shook. You're saying it's haunted? I'm saying the house remembers violence, and it invites more. Pike leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper. We call it the house that bleeds memories. That night, Ethan's dream dragged him straight into the past. He stood in the parlor, the room alive with candlelight. A man in a black coat screamed at a woman. Before Ethan could move, the man lunged, his hands tightening around her throat. She gasped, fought, and crumpled to the rug. Ethan's eyes locked on the mirror above the fireplace, but the killer's face blurred like smeared glass. He woke drenched in sweat, the clock frozen at 3:03 a.m. From Caleb's room came muffled sobs. Ethan rushed in and found his son pale, shaking. Dad, Caleb gasped. I saw it too. The man killed her. I saw it in my dream. Morning brought no comfort. Ethan jotted every detail he could remember. The woman's necklace, the parlor's furniture, the killer's black coat. It felt less like imagination and more like the house itself had chosen to show him its memories. As he packed Caleb's school lunch, his son asked softly, Dad, why does the house want us to see? Ethan froze. He had no answer. By the end of their first week in Blackwood, father and son were no longer just new residents. They had become witnesses, witnesses to whispers in the dark, to shadows that moved on their own, and to nightmares that seemed too real. The mansion was alive, and it wanted them to remember every drop of blood that had ever been spilled inside its walls. The next few nights settled into a pattern that felt like torment disguised as routine. Ethan would put Caleb to bed, double-check the locks, and sit in the dim glow of a single lamp with a book he never managed to read. Every creak of the old house pulled his attention away. Every sigh of wind down the chimney made his pulse quicken. Then inevitably the whispers would begin. They weren't always words. Sometimes it was just a hiss, like a long breath escaping from nowhere. Other times it was his name, soft and coaxing, as if someone was only inches from his ear. The voice was never the same. Sometimes female, sometimes male, sometimes a child's. He never admitted it to Caleb, but what terrified him most was that the voices often seemed to come from inside his own head. On the fifth night, the dream returned with greater force. Ethan found himself again in the parlor, but this time the room was drenched in red, as though the walls themselves bled. A boy no older than Caleb stood crying beside the fireplace. A shadow emerged, tall and faceless, and carrying a rope. Ethan screamed, but no sound came. The boy's sobs echoed through the dream until Ethan woke choking on his own breath. Caleb's room was lit by the moon. The boy was awake, trembling, his sheets damp with sweat. He took the boy, Caleb whispered. I saw it happen. Ethan sat on the edge of the bed, pulling his son close. They're just dreams, nothing more. But the way Caleb's eyes shone with absolute certainty told Ethan otherwise. The following morning, Ethan searched the local archives. Old newspapers faded with time revealed what he had feared. There had indeed been a boy who vanished in 1946 from Blackwood, never found. The description in the article matched the child in their dreams. Ethan felt his chest tighten as the truth settled in. These weren't nightmares. They were windows into the crimes buried in this town's history. At dinner that night, Caleb asked, "How many dreams do you think there will be?" Ethan forced a calmness he didn't feel. "I don't know, but we'll face them together." The house seemed to laugh at that promise. The next dream came 2 nights later. Ethan found himself in the dining room, the long oak table set for a meal that never happened. A woman sat at the head of the table, hands bound, her eyes wide with terror. A faceless figure leaned over her with a hammer raised high. The crack of bones snapped Ethan awake. Caleb was already screaming from the next room. In the pale morning light, Ethan jotted the details down again, this time with shaking hands. Another name appeared in the town's records, a woman who had fallen from her home in 1923, her skull crushed. The official report said it was an accident, but the dream told him otherwise. The pattern was clear now. Every nightmare corresponded with a real crime. 15 crimes, 15 deaths, 15 shadows of the past. One evening, as Ethan sat in the library surrounded by piles of old files, Mara Green appeared. She was younger than he expected, her dark hair pulled back, her eyes sharp and cautious. "You're not from here," she said, sliding into the seat across from him. Ethan hesitated. "No. We inherited the Harrington house." Her expression tightened. "You should have burned that place to the ground." Ethan leaned forward. "You were a detective here, weren't you? You know about the murders." Mara glanced around, lowering her voice. "I know more than you think. I worked on the cold cases before they shut me down. Every lead I found pointed back to that house. But whenever I got close, the files disappeared. Evidence went missing. Witnesses refused to talk." "So you believe me?" Ethan said quickly. "I believe the house is dangerous, and I believe the people in this town want it that way." The weight of her words sat heavy in the silence. Ethan realized then that he wasn't just battling nightmares. He was battling something far worse. People who would rather bury the truth than let it surface. That night, back in the mansion, Ethan sat awake long after Caleb fell asleep. The house creaked and moaned around him, every sound a reminder that he and his son were no longer outsiders. They were captives. He tried to fight sleep, but exhaustion dragged him under. The dream returned, vivid as ever. This time he stood in the cellar, the air damp and suffocating. A man was chained to the wall, beaten and bleeding. The faceless shadow whispered in his ear before driving a knife into his chest. Ethan jolted awake, heart hammering, and stumbled to the basement door. The padlock was rusted but intact. He shined his flashlight into the darkness. Something metallic caught the light. Forcing the lock open, Ethan stepped down the creaking stairs. There, half buried in the dirt floor, was an iron chain, stained dark. The sight confirmed what his dreams had been screaming. These were not fabrications of grief. They were truths buried beneath the floorboards. The next morning, Caleb wouldn't eat. He sat quietly, staring at the table. Finally, he whispered, "Dad, what if the house wants us to see all of them, one by one? What if it won't stop until we know everything?" Ethan didn't answer. He couldn't. Because in his heart, he feared his son was right. As dusk fell, the house groaned, settling into the earth like a beast stretching before a hunt. The whispers began again, louder this time, almost impatient. And as father and son braced themselves for sleep, they both understood something they had been avoiding since their arrival. This was no home. It was a trap, and the past was only beginning to wake. The storm rolled over Blackwood like a living thing, rattling the windows of the mansion and shaking its bones. Thunder cracked above. Lightning flared through the stained glass, painting jagged colors across the walls. Ethan Ward sat in the study with a notebook open, his pen scribbling furiously even as his hand trembled. Every nightmare, every whisper, every scrap of detail, he wrote it all down. He had filled nearly 50 pages, each line a record of horror that tied his life to the ghosts of strangers. Caleb padded softly into the room, clutching his blanket. His small face was pale, his eyes too old for his age. "I had another one," he whispered. Ethan's heart lurched. "Tell me." Caleb sat across from him, his hands twisting nervously. A girl in a white dress. She was running through the woods. Someone chased her. She screamed, but nobody came. Then the ground opened like a hole and she fell inside. Ethan's pen froze. He'd read about a girl named Sarah Miller who disappeared in 1961, last seen near the edge of Blackwood Forest. The police report had claimed she ran away from home. But Caleb had described her death as if he had stood there watching. The boy's voice shook. "Dad, she looked right at me, like she knew I was there." Ethan pulled him close. "It's not your fault. None of this is your fault." But deep inside, he wondered if Caleb was right, if the house had chosen them to witness these murders, to relive every crime it had ever swallowed. The following night, the whispers grew bolder. They no longer waited until midnight. They came as soon as the lamps dimmed, crawling through the halls, slipping under the doors. Ethan heard children laughing in the stairwell when no one was there. Caleb swore he saw shadows moving across the landing. The house had stopped pretending to be silent. It was alive, and it wanted their attention. Sleep finally dragged Ethan down. The dream came instantly. He stood in the dining room again, but this time the long table was set for a feast. Plates gleamed, silver cutlery sparkled, wine glasses shimmered with dark liquid. Around the table sat people he didn't recognize, 15 of them, each pale and hollow-eyed. Their mouths moved in whispers he couldn't hear. At the head of the table, a figure sat cloaked in black. Where its face should have been was only darkness, endless and shifting. One by one, the guests began to vanish, dissolving into smoke until only the figure remained. It raised its glass toward Ethan. "Join us!" Ethan screamed and jolted awake. The room was dark, but Caleb was already standing at the door. His voice was steady in a way that frightened Ethan. "Dad, they're showing us all of them, one at a time." The next day, Ethan drove into town to confront Harold Pike again. The historian was reluctant, his hands shaking as he shuffled papers in the library's back room. "You don't understand," Harold muttered. "The house doesn't just remember. It keeps the stories alive because the town wants them buried. Every crime was written off as an accident, or a runaway, a mistake. But the truth is there, waiting for anyone foolish enough to see it." "Why us?" Ethan demanded. "Because you moved in. Because you listen." Harold's eyes darted nervously to the window. "But be careful. The people who live here, they want it this way. If you start asking too many questions, they'll make sure you disappear just like the others." The words echoed in Ethan's mind long after he left the library. This wasn't just about ghosts. It was about power, secrets, and silence. That night the storm returned. Rain lashed the windows. The wind howled through the chimney like a chorus of screams. Ethan tried to stay awake, but exhaustion claimed him. The dream pulled him into the attic. Dust swirled in the air, and a single trunk sat in the corner. He opened it to find photographs, black and white portraits of children, each with a name scrawled underneath. 15 names. 15 faces. As he turned the last photograph over, the paper bled red in his hands. The children's eyes in the pictures blinked, their mouths opening as if to scream. The sound tore through his skull, dragging him awake. He bolted upright, gasping. Caleb was not in his bed. Panic surged through him as he searched the rooms. He found his son standing at the top of the staircase, staring down into the dark foyer. "She's down there," Caleb whispered. Ethan's blood chilled. "Who?" "The woman, the one who whispers." Lightning split the sky, flooding the foyer with white light. For a brief moment, Ethan saw her. Long hair matted, eyes hollow, a shadow of a smile curling across her lips. Then the darkness swallowed her again. He rushed to grab Caleb, pulling him back from the stairs. The boy clung to him, shaking. "Dad, she said I belong to her." Ethan carried his son back to bed, heart hammering. The whispers didn't stop. They followed him through the halls, soft and mocking, repeating his name, repeating Caleb's name. He pressed his hands over his ears. but the voices seeped through his skin. By dawn, he was hollow-eyed, trembling, his body aching from sleeplessness. He had reached his limit. The house wanted them broken, but he refused to surrender. That morning, he found Mara Green waiting on the porch. She looked exhausted too, her hair damp from the rain. "I know what you've seen," she said without preamble. Ethan stared at her, unable to speak. Mara continued, "I had the dreams 2 years ago, when I started digging into the cold cases, and I thought I was losing my mind until I realized the truth. The house isn't haunted. It's a weapon. Someone uses it to keep the past alive, to drive out anyone who gets too close to the truth." Ethan's throat went dry. "Who?" She shook her head. "I never found out, but if you keep following the trail, you will." Caleb appeared in the doorway, his face pale. "She's back," he whispered. "The woman. She was standing behind you." Ethan spun around. Nothing. Only the rain-slick yard and the dripping trees beyond. That night he vowed to fight back. He set up a recorder in Caleb's room, determined to capture the whispers. At 3 o'clock, the boy stirred and murmured words in his sleep. Names, dates, fragments of sentences. Ethan leaned close, his blood running cold as the recorder captured every sound. Caleb was repeating the exact details of the murders Ethan had read about in the archives. When Ethan played the tape back in the morning, the whispers weren't just Caleb's voice. Other voices bled through, layered, echoing, some pleading, some screaming, some laughing. Ethan's hands shook as he rewound the tape, listening again. There was no denying it. The house wanted them to relive every crime, to carry its darkness until they drowned in it. Caleb sat quietly at the table, his cereal untouched. "Dad," he whispered, "what if we don't stop them? What if we're next?" Ethan forced himself to stay steady, though his insides felt like water. "Then we'll stop them," he said, his voice hard. "Whatever this is, whoever's behind it, we'll find the truth." The boy nodded, but his eyes betrayed the fear he couldn't hide. That night, as Ethan lay awake listening to the storm rattle the house, he knew their lives had already changed forever. They weren't just survivors anymore. They were part of the house's story now, part of its chain of murders, whispers, and lies. And whether or not they wanted to, they were walking straight into the heart of the nightmare. Morning made the house look almost reasonable, like a sick man in clean clothes. Ethan played the recording again with shaking hands. Caleb's sleep murmurs spilled from the tiny speaker. Dates, partial names, the kind of details a 10-year-old shouldn't know. June 4th, the Riverstones, the red scarf. "Please don't lock the door." Beneath his son's voice, other sounds crawled out. A woman sobbing as if underwater. A man whispering a prayer with his teeth clenched, the shuddering intake of a child trying not to cry. Then something new, thin and metallic. 3 slow chimes, as if a bell had been struck from far away. Caleb sat across the table, cereal untouched, his eyes hollowed by sleeplessness. "I heard it too," he said quietly. "In my dream." The bell rang 3 times. "What bell?" Ethan asked him, though he already felt the answer rising through the floors like damp. "The church," Caleb said. "The one with the broken clock face." Ethan loaded Caleb into the car and drove toward town. The streets were still slick from the night's rain. Storefront windows reflected them back like dark water. Blackwood's church sat on a little hill, its steeple leaning slightly, a clock face cracked like a spider web. He remembered the brass plaque by the entrance, names of donors, benefactors, pillars of the community who'd made sure the bell tolled on Sundays and over graves. The sanctuary smelled of wax and old wood. A priest in his late 60s, collar neat, eyes unreadable, greeted them with a politeness that felt borrowed. "Father Cole," he said, extending a hand. "New faces are a blessing." We live out by the old Harrington place, Ethan said. He watched for the little flinch he'd come to expect. There it was. Father Cole's gaze tightened by a fraction before he smoothed it away. We heard the bell last night, Ethan continued. 3 times. Around 3 o'clock. The bell hasn't rung at that hour in years, Father Cole said. By ordinance, we keep the night quiet. He tapped the cracked clock face with his eyes. And the mechanism broke last spring. I'm afraid you were listening to your dreams. Caleb tugged Ethan's sleeve. It was real, he whispered. She said her name. What name? Father Cole asked, voice too light. Caleb's mouth shaped it with difficulty, like a secret he wasn't sure he was allowed to say. Sarah. Ethan watched the priest carefully. A flicker, there and gone. Father Cole folded his hands. There are many Sarahs, he said gently. If you need anything, my door is always open. Back in the car, Ethan gripped the wheel until his fingers ached. He's lying, Caleb said. He's hiding something, Ethan corrected. Lying is louder. On the way home, they passed the library. Harold Pike stood on the steps in his wool coat, clutching a folder to his chest as if it were a newborn. When he saw them, he shook his head faintly, a warning to turn away. Ethan parked anyway. You shouldn't be walking around with that look, Harold murmured, ushering them into the empty stacks. Blackwood can smell blood. He opened the folder on a reading table and fanned out photocopies. A newspaper clipping from 1961 about a girl named Sarah Miller last seen near the woods. A scan of the church ledger that noted bell repaired. Donation by A. Harrington. A list of choir members from decades ago with 3 names carefully scratched out in brown ink. Who scratched them out? Ethan asked. Harold's mouth tightened. Depends who you ask. The last librarian said it was moths. The ledger page smelled faintly of smoke. Ethan traced the scratches with a finger and felt a little tremor climb his arm. In the margin, in a different hand, someone had written a single word. Quiet. That night, when the house exhaled and the walls readjusted their bones, Ethan tried to anchor his mind with facts. 15 crimes, 1 house at the center. A town that preferred stories to justice. He set a notebook on the nightstand, pen poised. If we dream, we write, he told Caleb, no matter what we see. The dreams did not wait politely. They took. He stood by the river. No, he was in it. The water iron cold around his knees. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye, the pines black against the sky. A girl in a white dress stumbled along the stones, breath tearing out of her chest. When she turned, her face wasn't blurred like the others. It was worse. Her features seemed to slide like a portrait painted over too many times. Behind her, a shape came running. No face, only a hat pulled low and a coat that shifted colors in the dark. Help, she gasped, and Ethan ran, lungs burning, boots slipping on wet rock. The shape reached for her shoulder, then the earth gave way and she fell. The river swallowing her with a sound like a gasp convulsed into silence. He woke with his own breath stuck, hands clawing the sheets. Across the hall, Caleb cried out a second later as if the dream had simply crossed the hall. Ethan was already moving. Write it, he said softly, setting the notebook in Caleb's lap. Don't let it vanish. Caleb's handwriting, pale, careful, wrote, River stones, white dress, hand on shoulder, bell. The last word underlined twice. By morning, the house felt smaller. The ceilings hadn't lowered, but the air had. A smell of damp wool and something sweet like rotting fruit clung to the stairwell. Ethan opened windows. The whispering draft merely changed doors. Mara Green arrived unannounced, hair damp from mist, jaw set like a warning. I brought you something, she said, lifting a canvas bag onto the kitchen table. Out came a handheld carbon monoxide detector. a small EMF reader, a flashlight the size of a dagger, and a little portable air quality monitor. Believers bring Ouija boards, Ethan said. I'm not a believer, Mara answered. I'm a cop who's seen people use gas leaks, infrasound, and hidden speakers to make sane folks doubt their own eyes. She clicked on the CO detector. It chirped once and settled at 0. If the numbers spike, you get out. If they don't spike, you still get out when I tell you to. Caleb stood in the doorway watching her like he wasn't sure which side of the story she belonged to. Mara crouched to his eye level. You been having dreams, kid? He nodded. They're not mine. Mara didn't flinch. Then they belong to whoever put them there. She straightened. Tonight I'll sit with you. If something's being pumped through those vents, we'll catch it. They searched the house in daylight, which made everything almost silly. Grown adults tapping on panels, sniffing at vents, shining flashlights into grills fuzzy with lint. In the study, Ethan's beam fell on a sliver of space behind a bookcase. He pressed. The case clicked and eased forward on stiff hinges. Cold air breathed out. Inside was a narrow crawl space, the wood rubbed smooth by hands. Carved along the entry were short lines grouped in 5s, notches, a tally, 50, 60, too many to count by eye. At the back, a child's marble lay dust-caked beside a tin soldier with one leg missing. A curled page of newsprint had fused to the floorboards, but a date remained legible. June 4th. June 4th, Caleb whispered behind him. I said that on the tape. Mara ran a finger along the notches, her mouth a thin line. Somebody hid in here, for hours, for days, maybe to watch. She swept the flashlight upward. Above the crawl space, thin holes punctured the wall, pinpricks looking into the study, the hallway, the parlor. Sight lines, she said. They could see everything. Ethan felt the back of his neck prickle. He pictured a pair of eyes level with those holes, unblinking, patient as an insect. They found another slit behind the upstairs landing and a third near the cellar door. Each faced a space where people might gather, a stairwell, a parlor rug, the table where they now ate. The mansion wasn't just old, it was designed to listen. Night fell like a closing hand. Mara sat in the kitchen with the meters, the flashlight across her knees. Ethan tucked Caleb in and left the recorder on the nightstand. For the first time since moving in, he locked his own bedroom door. It felt foolish and necessary. Sleep did not arrive so much as erase. He was in the attic again, dust like fog, the trunk yawning open. The photographs waited for him. 15 children, 15 names. The last one was missing. A blank rectangle where a face should be. He turned it over. Someone had written a single word in hard, angry strokes. Mine. A sound cut through the dream. The bell, 3 slow notes striking bone deep. He followed it down the staircase in the dark, past the portrait whose eyes always seemed to follow, past the places where the floorboards remembered footsteps. In the foyer, a shadow moved, no, swayed, like something hanging. He reached out, fingers closing on rough rope, and felt the weight at the end of it shift, swing, breathe. His eyes snapped open to absolute silence. The CO detector read 0. The air monitor was fine. Downstairs, a soft scrape and a murmur, Mara speaking into her phone, logging the hour. Ethan sat up and found on his palm a faint smear of soot. He brought it to his nose, smoke, chimney soot, old as secrets. He hadn't touched the fireplace. He didn't sleep again. Dawn seeped under the blinds and showed him the house as it liked to be seen. Quiet, innocent, a relic of another century. He brewed coffee that tasted like rain, woke Caleb gently, and tried to make a day out of dread. On the porch, a dead crow lay on the doormat, wings snapped at strange angles, eyes pecked out. A paper tag had been tied to its leg with twine. 2 words in block letters. Leave now. Caleb made a small noise in his throat. Mara strode past them, scanned the yard, and took a photo without touching the bird. They're done pretending this is a haunting, she said. This is a threat. Ethan felt a thin wall inside him harden. Good, he said, surprising himself. Ghosts I can't hit. People I can. They buried the crow under the old maple at the edge of the yard. Caleb whispered something like a prayer and pressed the dirt smooth with his hands. Back inside, Ethan spread the ledger copies and clippings across the dining table. A pattern wanted to be seen. Choir names scratched out. The Harrington donation to repair the bell. June 4th appearing and reappearing like a hand at a window. Mara circled a handful of entries with her pen. Look at the donors, she said. Harrington, Cole, Pike. She tapped the last. Your historian friend's family name is older than this town. Ethan's stomach turned. Harold helped us. Maybe he's trying to balance the scale, Mara said. Maybe he's feeding both sides, or maybe he's just old and tired and wants the story told. Doesn't matter. What matters is the names repeat. Caleb traced a finger along a photograph of the church steps. If the bell is broken, how did we hear it? He asked. Mara's pen stilled. Because someone wanted you to. The house answered with a tiny sound. One of those half-living noises, like a mouse running under the wainscoting. Ethan looked up at the ceiling and imagined air ducts threaded like veins. If someone had rigged speakers, if someone had learned the ways the mansion carried sound, they could write nightmares into the walls. That night, Ethan set the recorder in the hallway where the crawl space peered through its pinholes. He placed another on the stairs, a third in the parlor, a fourth in Caleb's room. He did not tell Caleb what he was doing. The boy already carried too much. Still, when Ethan tucked him in, Caleb reached for his hand and didn't let go. If I get lost in the dream, he whispered, can you call me back? I'll count to 15, Ethan said, not sure why he chose the number, only that the house had taught it to him. If I get to the end and you don't answer, I'll come find you. Midnight slid its key into the lock of the hour and turned. Wind stitched along the eaves. The house breathed. Ethan sat upright with his back to the headboard, listening to the red dot on his recorder blink. Somewhere in the dark, a bell rang once, twice, 3 times. He didn't know whether he was awake or asleep when the whisper came directly into his ear, so intimate it felt like a kiss. You're almost there. The mansion waited for them the next evening like an animal crouched in tall grass, quiet and patient, its silence heavier than sound. Ethan had set the recorders again, triple-checking the batteries, moving one to the crawl space behind the study and another to the vent above Caleb's bed. Mara sat at the kitchen table, sipping burnt coffee and pretending she wasn't listening for every creak in the ceiling. Caleb was restless, pacing from window to window as the sky drained of color. It's coming, he said softly. What is? Ethan asked. The next dream? He hugged himself, eyes flicking toward the staircase. She said it won't stop until we see all of them. Mara frowned. Who's she? Caleb's mouth worked soundlessly before he whispered. The woman in the window. The one who whispers. Ethan knelt and took his son by the shoulders. You don't have to listen to her. But I do, Caleb said, his voice small but certain. Because if I don't, she'll show me anyway. That night, the house opened itself like a book, its pages written in shadow. Ethan dreamed of the cellar again, though this time the air was thick with the smell of oil and iron. Chains rattled in the dark. A man knelt on the dirt floor, hands bound behind his back, eyes wild. A second figure moved around him, tall, faceless, carrying something long and thin. Ethan's stomach lurched as the whip cracked, tearing through the silence. The The prisoner screamed, and with every strike, blood sprayed across the cellar walls. Ethan woke choking, his chest aching as though he'd taken the lashes himself. He stumbled to the recorder on the nightstand and pressed play. Static filled the air, then a man's voice crying out in agony, "Stop, please," before cutting abruptly to silence. His legs nearly buckled. The tape had caught the scream he had heard in the dream. When he checked Caleb's room, the boy was curled in the corner of his bed, hands clamped over his ears. "He's still down there," Caleb sobbed. "He's still screaming." By morning, Ethan felt 10 years older. His hands shook as he carried the recorder into the kitchen where Mara waited. She listened to the tape once, twice, then leaned back in her chair. "This isn't ghosts," she said flatly. "This is someone playing with you," Ethan snapped. "Playing? You think someone broke into this house in the middle of the night just to scream into a microphone? These dreams are showing us real murders. Murders this town buried." Mara folded her arms. "Or someone wants you to think that. Don't underestimate human cruelty, Ethan. Sometimes the living are worse than the dead." Ethan rubbed his face with both hands, exhausted. "So which is it, ghosts or people?" "Does it matter?" Mara asked. "Either way, you're in danger." The next nightmare came without mercy. Ethan stood in the parlor, the air filled with the copper tang of blood. A man lay sprawled on the rug, throat cut, eyes glazed. Beside him, a boy of no more than 12 knelt, sobbing, his hands dripping red as if he'd tried to save him or kill him. The faceless shadow loomed in the doorway, whispering words Ethan couldn't catch, and then the scene shattered like glass. He jolted awake to find Caleb standing over him, eyes wide and glassy. "I was the boy," Caleb whispered. "I was right there." Ethan pulled him close, his heart breaking. "It wasn't you." "But it was," Caleb insisted. "He made me watch through his eyes." Ethan didn't sleep again. He sat by the window as dawn broke, staring at the trees bending in the wind. Each dream was a thread in a tapestry of violence, 15 crimes woven into the walls. And now the house had chosen his son as part of the pattern. Mara returned that afternoon with a box of old police files she'd stolen before her dismissal. "Don't ask how I got them," she said, spreading them across the dining table. Faded photographs of crime scenes stared up at them. Bodies found in alleys, in fields, in locked rooms. Most bore the same note in the margin: insufficient evidence. Caleb picked up a photo with trembling hands. "That's her," he whispered. "The woman in the white dress, the one who fell into the river." Ethan snatched the photo, his stomach dropping. It was Sarah Miller, the girl from 1961. Her eyes in the picture seemed to meet his, empty and accusing. Mara leaned over the table, her voice low. "These weren't accidents. They were executions. Someone's been erasing the truth for generations." That night, the dreams took them both deeper. Ethan saw the attic again, but this time the trunk was gone. In its place was a chair, a rope dangling above it. A figure stood on the chair, a noose around its neck, trembling. Ethan tried to move, tried to reach him, but his body was frozen. The figure whispered a name, Caleb's name, before the chair toppled and the rope snapped tight. Ethan screamed awake, clutching his throat. He raced to Caleb's room and found his son thrashing in his sheets, gasping as if strangled. Ethan shook him until his eyes opened, wild with terror. "I felt it," Caleb sobbed. "No, I couldn't breathe." Ethan pulled him into his arms, rocking him like a child far younger than 10. "You're safe. You're safe." But he knew the words were lies. In the morning, Mara found them both in the kitchen, hollow-eyed and silent. "You can't keep living like this," she said firmly. "The house is eating you alive." Ethan slammed his fist on the table. "Then help me stop it." She stared at him for a long moment, then nodded. "All right." But you need to understand, this isn't just about a house. It's about the people who built it, so the people who still protect it, and they'll kill to keep their secrets buried. Ethan met her eyes, a new hardness in his voice. Then we dig deeper. We find out who they are, and we end this. That night the storm returned, rattling the windows, howling down the chimney like laughter. Ethan sat awake with Mara at the kitchen table, their recorders running, their notes spread out like a map of hell. Upstairs, Caleb tossed in restless sleep. The house creaked, sighed, and whispered. And as the clock struck 3, the bell tolled once more, 3 slow notes carrying across the town like a summons no one could refuse. Ethan closed his eyes. Another dream is coming. And when it did, it would drag them further into the nightmare, deeper into the chain of 15 crimes until the final truth stood exposed, or destroyed them first. The bell tolled again that night, 3 slow notes spaced like held breath, and the sound didn't so much travel through the air as unspool inside their ribs. Ethan and Mara looked at each other across the kitchen table. Caleb stood in the doorway, already wearing his jacket, small and stubborn. "You're not coming," Ethan said. "I'll hear it better," Caleb answered. "You know I will." They compromised badly. Mara drove, Ethan in the passenger seat, Caleb swaddled in a blanket in the back with strict instructions to stay put and lock the doors. Blackwood streets were emptied of people and full of reflection. The storefront glass showed them 3 times over, as if the town wanted witnesses for what they were about to do. The church lifted out of the fog, crooked steeple and spiderweb clock face, and the door yielded to Mara's set of thin metal picks as if it had been waiting for her. The sanctuary smelled of wax and old rain. Pews lined up like teeth. "Fast," Mara whispered. "If anyone sees our light on, we were never here." They climbed the belfry steps, wood protesting underfoot. Halfway up, Ethan stopped. There on the wall, someone had pressed a palm into wet ash and then dragged the hand downward, leaving a blackened smear. Mara touched it with a gloved finger. The ash was old, but the smear was fresh. At the top, a trap door. Mara nudged it up and slipped inside the bell chamber. The bell was massive, pitted with age, its clapper fixed in place with a wire so rusted it looked fused to iron. "This bell didn't ring last night," Mara said. "Not the way bells ring." Ethan cupped the beam of his flashlight with his hand, letting it leak toward the rafters. "Listen." A small mechanical hum, the sound you hear when a refrigerator breathes or an old radio warms. Behind the bell, tucked into the timber brace, was a shallow recess the size of a shoebox. The recess was empty, but 4 screw holes and a ghost of adhesive outlined where something had recently lived. "A speaker," Mara said. "Battery-powered or wired to a timer, they pulled it." On the floor lay a trio of metal shavings and a clipped bit of insulated wire. Ethan crouched and picked up a scrap of cloth curled on itself like a shed skin. Adhesive tape branded with a logo from a hardware store downtown. Danner's. "Walt Danner?" Ethan said. "Oh, the guy with the green cap?" Mara's mouth tightened. "You've met him?" "He told me to try the bakery on Thursdays," Ethan said. "Told me the house settles more when the weather gets cold." "Everybody in Blackwood's helpful," Mara said. "Right up until they're not." They worked their way down through the choir loft where sheet music yellowed on stands. Under one hymn, in a tight, angry hand, someone had scrawled a single word. "Quiet." The same as the ledger margin. Ethan slid the page into his jacket. Back at the car, Caleb's eyes were wide and bright, feverish. "I heard it again," he said, "but not here." "From the house." Mara's head snapped around. "You're sure?" Caleb's certainty was a gravity you could trip over. "It came through the walls," he said, "like it always does." They returned to the mansion to find a chalk mark on the front door, 2 vertical lines with 3 short slashes crossing. The kind of thing someone carves to keep count. Tally marks. The same language as the crawlspace notches. Ethan rubbed his thumb across the chalk and came away with dust that smelled faintly medicinal, like classroom erasers and antiseptic. Inside, the house felt freshly used. The air had that stirred quality, like a bed just vacated or a coat shrugged off and thrown onto a chair. They moved room to room, lights low, listening. In the study, Ethan saw it at once. The bookcase that hid the crawl space was ajar by a finger's width, though he remembered closing it until the latch clicked. He slid it open and shone the flashlight into the dark throat of space. A new object sat just inside, a brass key on a cheap ring tagged with a thin tin marker stamped B3. Basement? Ethan whispered. Or bell, Mara said. Or both. Caleb reached for the key and snatched his hand back as if the metal had burned him. It's not for us, he whispered. It's for later. They slept in relays after that, Ethan with a baseball bat across his knees on the upstairs landing, Mara in a chair by the front door. Caleb curled under a quilt on the couch with the recorder ticking like a slow insect. The house took advantage whenever their eyes sagged. Ethan was barely under when the dream pressed him against the parlor wall, a spectator shoved into the perfect angle. Men in dark coats crowded the room. A woman in a nurse's uniform knelt beside a boy, pressing a cloth to his mouth and nose. "Hush," she whispered. "It's only air. It's only a test." The boy's heels drummed, his hands clawed at the cloth. The man in the doorway, the one without a face, nodded once. Ethan tried to move and could not. He tried to speak and made only wind. The nurse held the cloth steady until the boy went still. Then she sighed, folded the cloth neatly and slipped it into a tin box with other cloths, each marked with a number. Ethan could read one number clear as a road sign. 15. He woke to the tick of the recorder and the sound of Mara's soft snore from below. The house was otherwise still. Ethan stared into the dark and told himself the boy in the dream had been fiction. Then he got up anyway, walked to the parlor and found himself standing exactly where the dream had placed him, shoulder against the molding, the angle of the room painful in its rightness. He crouched where the boy had been. The rug fibers held a scent he could not name at first, sweet and wrong, like chloroform's ghost wearing a coat of dust. By noon, the day had turned brittle and thin. Ethan took Caleb to the school counselor at Mara's insistence. Ms. Ramirez had kind eyes and a therapist's gentle curiosity, her office bright with crayon suns. Caleb drew instead the house, the church, the river, a line connecting the 3 like a crooked triangle. At each corner he wrote numbers 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. He tapped each number with the side of his pencil as if striking a bell. "Do the numbers mean anything?" Ms. Ramirez asked. Caleb shrugged. "They're steps." "Steps to where?" He looked past her at the window at the bare-limbed trees scratching patterns into the winter light. "To the end." On their way out, the town clerk, Linda Garvey, intercepted them on the sidewalk as if she had always known where their feet would fall. She was small and tidy, her smile precise. "Mr. Ward," she said, "I heard you're doing some historical research. If you need any public records, feel free to request them properly through my office." Her gaze flicked toward Caleb. "Children are so suggestible, aren't they? Best to keep them away from stories that stain." Ethan fought the urge to step backward. "I'm not telling him stories," he said. "He's telling me." "Even worse," she said, and the smile never moved. "Good day." Mara met them at the curb with a face like a closed door. "I visited Dr. Silas Reed," she said, the retired coroner who ran a clinic out by the quarry. He says there were years when death certificates arrived pre-filled. Cause of death, misadventure, exposure, misadventure. He signed what he was told to sign. He's old enough to want to talk now. He's also old enough to be afraid of who might still be listening. They drove home in a silence clogged with names: Cole, Harrington, Danner, Garvey, Reed, strings on the same instrument plucked by a hand they hadn't seen. The mansion had drawn the tune for a century. The town had danced. At dusk, Ethan followed the B3 key to the basement door. The padlock looked theatrical, a big iron grin, but the key slid in and turned with a clean, satisfying click. Cold breath lifted from the stairs. Mara took the lead with the flashlight, beam knifing through the dark. At the bottom, the room spread into 3 short corridors like a trident. On the center wall, painted over twice and bleeding through anyway, someone had once written a number: 3. "Third corridor," Mara said. "Left, right, center, B3. They took the center path. The air smelled of wet stone and the faint sterile bite of old hospitals. At the end, a wooden door with a metal plate scarred by screws. The plate came away easily, revealing a small cavity. Inside, a black box the size of a paperback, its power light dead, its input ports capped. Ethan held it in his hands and felt, not fear exactly, but a grief so sudden it knocked the wind sideways. He knew this box. He had seen its twin behind the belfry's beam in absence. "Speaker," Mara said softly. "Receiver. Maybe both." There was more. A folded scrap of paper tucked in the cavity's corner. Ethan unfolded it. A list of dates, each preceded by a small drawn bell. The last line read June 4th. Beneath the list, a single word in the same tight, impatient hand: quiet. Whoever wrote that didn't want prayers, Mara said. They wanted silence. Upstairs, the house responded as if it had been following the conversation through the vents. A steady tapping began in the walls. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like a metronome marking time for a song no one wanted to sing. Caleb flinched with each tap. Ethan followed the sound to the study and pressed his ear to the wainscoting. The tapping wasn't mechanical, it had rhythm and pause and the occasional impatient stutter. On impulse, Ethan tapped back. 1, 2, 3. The wall answered. 1, 2. Another wall. 3. The crawlspace breathed a draft warm as a human sigh. "Someone's in there," Ethan said, more to the air than to Mara. Mara eased her fingers under the bookcase edge. "Get behind me." She pulled. The case swung open, the crawlspace yawned. The flashlight strobed a cone into darkness. Dust rose, drifted, settled. The tapping stopped. They listened hard enough to invent sound. "Nothing," Mara said finally. But there was. She set the light on the floor and reached up into one of the pinholes. Her nail came away with a curl of plastic. The microphone was here, a tiny one, wired into the wall. "How many?" Ethan asked. "All you need," she said, "in the right places." They cut the main power that night at the breaker panel and sat in darkness that felt like water. It changed nothing. The whispers came anyway, as if battery-powered or bone-powered, as if the house had been trained to carry voice along wood grain and within pipes. Ethan couldn't tell if he was listening with his ears or his fear. He only knew he heard it, count to 15. He counted low and steady as if he could rope his son to the sound. 1, 2, 3. Caleb's breathing slowed by 4. The rain started by 6. Mara's chair creaked at 8. Somewhere in the walls, a little marble rolled and settled at 9. 10 felt like standing on a ledge. 11 was the shape of the number itself, like two bodies upright and braced. 12 and 13 made a set. 14 waited. 15 arrived with the crack of wood splitting somewhere below and a footfall that did not belong to any of them. Mara was already moving, flashlight in one hand, a short baton in the other. Ethan took the stairs two at a time and saw in the stain of the window a silhouette crossing the foyer. Tall, hat pulled low. He hit the floorboards at a sprint. The front door flung inward and wind shoved rain into his face like a thrown sheet. He caught the sleeve of a coat for half a second. The fabric tore. The figure wrenched free and slipped into the night, a shadow dissolving into larger dark. On the floor was a second brass key, this one untagged, its teeth wet with rain. Beside it, a folded square of thin paper grew translucent as water touched it. Ethan lifted the paper and found in that cramped, angry handwriting 2 words he recognized too well. Be quiet. He laughed once, a sound with no joy in it. We're not good at that, he told the empty doorway. They slept in dawn's gray hunger, mouths dry, eyes sanded. The house softened to its daytime shape, harmless as an old photograph. Harold Pike knocked at 10 with a basket of muffins from Thursday's bakery and an apology already in his posture. I heard there was trouble last night, he said. Small towns metabolize rumor quickly. Ethan moved to block the entry. Someone tried to get in. Harold's face pinched. Not the first time, he said too quietly. Whose key is this? Ethan asked, holding up the untagged brass. Harold's eyes flicked to it, then away. Every old building in Blackwood has twins and cousins in the locks, he said. Church to house, house to town hall to library. Same families, same keys, saves money. He attempted a smile and failed. Or it used to. Mara took the basket, thanked him like a cop thanks a suspect, and closed the door. He's hiding something, she said. They're all hiding something, Ethan answered, maybe even us. That night, as wind combed the trees and the house rehearsed its noises, Ethan rewound the recorder from Caleb's room and listened to the last hour again. Layers of whispering drifted through, a child's broken counting, a woman's voice repeating quiet until it became not a word but a rhythm. The soft clink of metal against metal. At the very end, a voice close enough to fog the microphone said a sentence he could no longer pretend he hadn't heard. You're almost there. June 4th, 15. He pressed stop and left the recorder on the table between them like a landmine they'd already stepped on. We're being led, he said. Then we decide where the path ends, Mara replied. Ethan looked at his son sleeping on the couch, one hand flung over his head the way he used to sleep as a toddler, mouth open, the smallest sound catching now and then like a fish lifting to the surface of a pond. He counted to 15 in his head and felt the number settle like a stone in water. He did not know if it marked the crimes behind them or the steps ahead or the people holding the rope. He only knew the house had learned to speak with human tongues, and that somewhere in Blackwood, human hands were teaching it new words. Outside, far off and faint, a bell rang once as if by accident, then twice as if remembering its cue, then a third time, true and low, persuading the night to lean closer. Caleb stirred. Mara stood. Ethan said nothing at all, and the quiet between them felt sharper than sound. The ledger of nightmares was growing. Ethan kept the notebook close now, the way a man carries scripture except his gospel was written in fear. Every page bore fragments of the 15 crimes, names half-whispered, places glimpsed in shadow, the brutal shorthand of the house's memory. Some mornings he caught himself staring at the scrawls and wondering whose handwriting it resembled. His own, or something that had borrowed his hand in the dark. By now, Caleb barely asked whether they'd dream again. He knew. When he lay down at night, he curled in on himself like a boy preparing for a storm. And always, without fail, the storm came. The first of the 15 visions that week carried them to a barn. Ethan knew it before the dream explained it, the smell of hay, the hollow creak of rafters. A young man, maybe 17, was cornered by 2 figures with sacks over their heads. They beat him with something blunt, each blow muffled by straw. His body twitched until it didn't. One of the masked figures bent and whispered into the dead boy's ear. Ethan strained to catch the words, but they dissolved into static, a hiss that followed him back into waking. When he described it at breakfast, Caleb pushed his plate away. "That's 4, he said. 4 what?" 4 dreams, 4 crimes. He counted them on his small fingers: the strangled woman in the parlor, the boy by the fireplace, Sarah Miller at the river, and now the barn. 11 more to go. Ethan's gut twisted. "It's not a countdown," he said, though he didn't believe it. Mara arrived that afternoon, jaw tight, eyes ringed from sleeplessness. She spread more stolen files across the table. Police reports that never reached court, photographs that had never left the evidence room. There was indeed a case in 1932. Daniel Crow, 17, beaten to death in a barn on the edge of town. The file had been stamped closed. Animal attack. They didn't even bother to hide the laziness, Mara muttered. "Look, these aren't bite marks. They're blunt force trauma. Someone rewrote history with a single word." "And they've done it 15 times, Ethan said, his voice hollow. That night, Ethan tried to stay awake. He drank coffee, paced, pressed cold cloths to his face, but the house had its way. Exhaustion pried his eyes open from within, and he slid into the 5th vision. A kitchen, lit by oil lamp. A woman stirring soup, humming. Behind her, a man approached with quiet intent. He lifted a pistol. Ethan screamed, but the dream had no ears for him. The shot rang out, the lamp toppled, and the room burned. Flames licked the ceiling as the woman fell, apron blooming red. Ethan stumbled back into waking with smoke still clawing his throat. Caleb was already awake, sitting cross-legged in bed, tears streaming silently. "Her name was Ruth," he said. "She said it before she died." Mara confirmed it the next day. Ruth Hammond, 1907. Official cause of death, kitchen fire. Husband inconsolable, no mention of a bullet. Ethan stared at the file until his vision blurred. The dreams weren't random, they were chronological, each revealing a crime deeper in the past, pulling them back through the town's lineage of blood. If Caleb was right, 10 more waited in the shadows. The 6th dream came like a trap sprung. Ethan stood in a schoolroom, chalk dust in the air. A teacher wrote sums on the board while children recited. A man in the back row rose slowly, pulled a knife, and walked forward. The teacher turned too late. The blade drove between her ribs, her chalk snapping in half as she collapsed against the blackboard, leaving a white smear that looked almost like wings. Ethan woke with a shout, and Caleb's voice answered from his room. "Miss Clark! She said her name was Miss Clark." They found her in the archives. Eleanor Clark, 1894, schoolteacher, obituary claiming sudden illness during class. The children had been silenced into another story. By then, Ethan had stopped pretending to himself. The house was not haunted by spirits in chains. It was haunted by facts clawing for voice. Facts that the town had buried. The 7th dream dragged Ethan into a church basement. Rows of cots lined the stone floor. A boy lay tied at wrists and ankles, gagged, eyes wide with terror. A figure in a black robe stood over him, chanting words Ethan didn't understand. Then a second figure entered, and together they bent over the boy. Ethan saw only shadows moving, heard the boy's muffled screams until they cut off in silence. He woke sweating ice, stomach heaving. Caleb stumbled into his room moments later, whispering, "It happened under the church. I saw the stone walls. I heard the prayers." Mara's jaw tightened as she read the old coroner's report. Unknown male, 1902, death ruled exposure, body not recovered, Shannon. The paper trail ended, but the dream had supplied what the files denied. By the 8th dream, Ethan stopped resisting sleep. He gave himself over to the house as though it had hired him as its clerk. He dreamed of the woods, a boy chased between trees by a figure with a lantern. The boy tripped, begged, vanished beneath a shovel's swing. Caleb dreamed the same, his small hands sketching trees and lanterns in the morning. Together they found the record. Thomas Hale, 1915, lost in the woods. No remains. Each crime added weight to the ledger. Each nightmare carved the truth deeper into them. Ethan felt his grip on time loosen. Days blurred as nights swallowed him. He found himself counting unconsciously, 10 more, 9, 8, while Caleb whispered numbers in his sleep. Mara tried to ground them with procedure. She charted each dream on a board, listing victim, year, method, location. The lines began to cross. The mansion sat at the center like a spider in its web. Every road led back to it. 15 victims, she said one night. 15 ghosts, and we've seen more than half. Someone made sure this house was their stage. And now? Ethan asked. Now, Mara said, they're making sure you play your part. The 9th dream came harsher, almost punishing. Ethan stood in a dark alley where rain slicked the cobbles. A man leaned against the wall, hands raised in surrender. Another figure stepped out of the shadows with a blade, swift and clinical, sliding it beneath the ribs. The man crumpled silently. The killer turned, and for the first time, Ethan glimpsed not a blur but a fragment of face, a jawline, a scar above the lip, before the dream shattered. He woke gasping, his heart galloping. Caleb clung to him, eyes wide. We weren't supposed to see him, the boy whispered. Ethan knew he was right. The dream had slipped, showing more than it meant to. Someone somewhere had lost control, and the chain was still pulling them forward. 6 more murders waited in the dark, each whispering its turn, each promising to bleed into their sleep. Ethan shut the notebook, set it on the table like a verdict, and stared at Mara. We're not just remembering crimes, he said. We're being shown them in order, 15 trials, 15 executions, and when we reach the end... Mara didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The house would. The days had begun to dissolve into nights, and nights into visions. Ethan stopped marking the calendar because the dates felt meaningless. What mattered now was the count, the slow march toward the 15th crime. Caleb had started scratching tallies into the margins of his notebooks, each line a dream they had survived, each dream another fragment of Blackwood's hidden history. The 10th came swiftly without prelude. Ethan found himself in a bedroom lit by a kerosene lamp. The wallpaper faded with roses. A couple argued in hushed, violent tones. The man struck the woman once, twice, before shoving her hard into the bedpost. The crack of her skull against wood made Ethan's stomach twist. She collapsed, and the man calmly pulled the lamp's shade back into place as though covering the scene with silence. Ethan jolted awake, bile rising. Across the hall, Caleb was already writing in his notebook. Her name was Helen, he whispered without looking up. She wanted someone to find her. The archives confirmed it. Helen Dorsey, Stoughton 1927, cause of death, accident, fall at home. Another fiction to bury a truth. Mara stared at the file and muttered, "Every lie in this town wears the same mask." The 11th dream was crueler. A child's bedroom, small toys on the floor. A man bent over a crib, his shadow stretching across the wall. The baby's cries grew weaker until silence pressed against Ethan's ears. He tried to scream, but the dream froze him, and when he woke, Caleb was sobbing in the dark. "They killed the baby," he gasped. "They killed him and said he never existed." Mara found a record that barely existed at all. An infant's name on a church baptism list, then crossed out, erased as if the child had been air. "No death certificate," she said quietly, because according to Blackwood, he never lived. The 12th vision came as storm clouds pounded against the house. Ethan saw a train platform, steam hissing, the air thick with coal smoke. A young soldier returned from war, duffel bag in hand. A stranger approached him with open arms, too friendly, guiding him toward the shadows beyond the platform. The soldier vanished. Ethan woke, clutching the bedsheet, the phantom hiss of steam still in his lungs. "James," Caleb whispered. His name was James. The archives yielded a James Whitaker, 1948, listed as missing in action despite records showing he had already come home. A disappearance turned into a lie of war. By then, Ethan felt hollowed out. He sat with Mara at the table late into the night, the files spread like crime scene photos across their lives. 12, he said, 3 more. "The house is escalating," Mara replied. "Every dream is closer, sharper. It's not just memory, it's manipulation." Ethan rubbed his temples. "Then who's doing the manipulating? Who benefits from 15 unsolved crimes whispered through the walls?" "The same families we keep circling," Mara said. "The Harringtons, the Coles, the Danners, the Pikes. Power doesn't rot, Ethan. It burrows." The 13th dream dragged Ethan into a barn again, though not the same one as before. This time a fire raged. A man was tied to a beam, flames licking closer as figures watched silently from the shadows. He screamed, begged, but no one moved. The dream forced Ethan to stand among the watchers, unable to intervene. When the flames consumed the man, Ethan woke, shaking violently, his clothes damp with sweat. Caleb whispered from his bed, voice hollow. "They enjoyed it." Mara uncovered a clipping. Samuel Reed, 1910, found dead after a barn fire. Ruled an accident, cause unknown. "No one questioned why he was tied up," she muttered bitterly. By now, Ethan could barely tell where his mind ended and the house began. He found himself staring at portraits in the hall, wondering if they were watching, if their whispers were what filled the vents. At night, he listened not just for ghosts, but for footsteps in the crawl spaces, the scuff of shoes retreating when he turned too fast. The 14th dream came like a hammer. Ethan stood in a courthouse. A man in chains pleaded before a faceless judge, his voice desperate. The gavel fell. 2 guards dragged him into a cell, and in the dark, another figure awaited with a knife. The scream echoed until it tore Ethan from sleep. Caleb lay shaking, whispering, "They killed him for knowing too much." Mara found nothing in the official records, no trial, no prisoner, no name. But in a hidden drawer at the library, Harold Pike quietly slid a page across the table to Ethan. It bore only one line, Prisoner X, executed without record. Harold's eyes begged them not to ask how he knew. 14, Ethan said grimly. "There's only one left." Mara's face was pale. "The last dream will be the worst. They've been building to it." That night, Ethan sat by Caleb's bed, refusing to close his eyes. "I'll stay awake," he promised. But exhaustion seeped in anyway. Dragging him under like a tide, the 15th dream unfolded not in the past, but in the present. Ethan stood in the mansion itself, every room lit with impossible light. Shadows moved along the walls. 15 victims gathered, their faces pale, their mouths whispering his name. In the parlor stood Caleb, his small hands bound, eyes wide with terror. Behind him, the faceless figure leaned close, a knife glinting. Ethan screamed, fought to move, but the dream held him captive. He woke with a start, heart racing, and ran to Caleb's room. His son was safe, asleep, but his wrists bore faint red marks as though ropes had been tied. Shaking, Ethan collapsed to his knees. The house wasn't finished. It wanted to write one more crime, a new 15th. and it wanted Caleb. Ethan didn't tell Caleb about the marks on his wrists. He couldn't. The boy was fragile enough, his nights torn open by visions no child should ever endure. Instead, Ethan rubbed the faint red lines with trembling fingers, whispering, "You're safe, buddy. I swear you're safe." Caleb stirred but didn't wake, his face slack with uneasy sleep. Downstairs, Mara was awake, staring at the spread of files like they might rearrange themselves into truth if she glared hard enough. Ethan dropped into the chair across from her, his face pale. "It was Caleb," he whispered. "The 15th crime is supposed to be him." Mara's lips pressed thin. She didn't ask how he knew. "Then they're almost finished," she said. "The cycle started more than 100 years ago. If the house keeps count, it wants 15. And if they don't stop it, your son is next." Ethan raked his hands through his hair. "This isn't ghosts, Mara. It's people. Someone built this theater, rigged it with whispers and crawl spaces and lies. They need one more performance to finish their play." The house seemed to listen. Somewhere in the walls, a knock answered. 3 taps, slow, deliberate. Ethan's skin crawled. That night, Ethan locked every door, checked every window. He pushed furniture against the cellar entrance and set the recorders running in every room. Still, he knew the effort was futile. Locks couldn't keep out the past, and the past was exactly what had its claws in them. He tried to stay awake, sitting by Caleb's bed with a bat across his knees. But exhaustion was an undertow. The dream rose up like a black wave and dragged him under. This time the house was full of people. Every corridor swarmed with townsfolk, their faces blank, their mouths whispering in unison. Ethan pushed through them, desperate to reach the parlor. At the center stood Caleb, bound once again, and the faceless figure loomed behind him, blade poised. But tonight something was different. Ethan's perspective shifted. He wasn't just watching. He was part of the crowd, whispering too, his own lips moving without his permission. He tried to scream, to force words of his own, but the whispers drowned everything. He jolted awake with a ragged cry. Caleb sat up too, eyes wide, his lips still moving, whispering words Ethan couldn't understand. For a horrifying moment, Ethan thought his son was still trapped in the dream. He shook him hard. "Caleb, wake up!" The boy blinked, startled, then broke into sobs. "He said I belong to him. He said I'm the last." Ethan pulled him close, rocking him, rage boiling under his fear. "Not while I'm alive." The following day, Ethan confronted Harold Pike at the library. The old historian looked even older, his hands trembling as he pushed his glasses up his nose. "It's not the house," Harold whispered. "Not really. It's the people who used it, generation after generation. They kept their power through blood. And every time the house whispered, the town listened." "Then who's next?" Ethan demanded. Harold's eyes glistened with tears. "Your boy. He's perfect, young, innocent, tied to the house by inheritance. He's the final piece in their chain." Ethan slammed his hands on the table, scattering papers. "Tell me who. Who's behind it now?" But Harold only shook his head. "If I say, I'll end up number 16. Back at the mansion, Mara paced the kitchen. "We can't run," she said. "If we disappear, they'll find another way to take him. We have to fight here on their stage. We have to expose them." "How?" Ethan asked bitterly. "They've controlled the story for a century." "Then we change the ending," Mara said. That night, Ethan dreamed again. He was back in the courtroom he'd seen before, the faceless judge banging the gavel. But now the prisoner dragged in chains wasn't a stranger. It was Caleb. Ethan tried to move, to fight, but the crowd held him down. They were townsfolk, faces he recognized. Father Cole, Linda Garvey, Walt Danner, even Harold Pike. They all stared with lifeless eyes as the judge intoned, The 15th must fall. The blade rose above Caleb's head. Ethan roared, breaking free, but the dream ripped apart before he reached his son. He woke, clawing the sheets, his throat raw. Caleb lay pale beside him, whispering the same phrase over and over. The 15th must fall. The 15th must fall. Ethan shook him awake, his own terror boiling into fury. "No," he said, "not him, not my boy." Mara found them in the morning, both hollow-eyed, both trembling. "We're out of time," she said grimly. "The next dream won't just be a dream. It'll be their attempt to finish the cycle." Ethan clenched his fists. "Then we stop them. We take their whispers and turn them into screams." For the first time, Mara almost smiled. "Good, because I've been waiting a long time to end Blackwood's silence." That night, the house groaned as if it sensed their defiance. The whispers rose louder than ever, filling every corner with voices of the dead. But Ethan no longer felt like prey. He sat with Caleb at his side and Mara across the table, ready for the nightmare to come. Because when it did, he wasn't just going to survive it. He was going to make sure it was the last. The house never let them forget. Every wall, every stair groaned as though it carried voices trapped inside its beams. Ethan had come to believe the mansion wasn't just wood and stone. It was an archive, a ledger of grief carved into its foundations. If you listened closely enough, it bled memories. That evening, the wind rattled the shutters while Mara searched the study again. She ran her fingers across the shelves until her nails tapped the faint seam of another hidden panel. Ethan helped her push the heavy case aside. Dust cascaded into the air like flour. Behind it was a shallow chamber lined with shelves. Boxes of photographs, letters, and yellowing documents sat stacked in precarious towers, all left to rot in secret. Caleb hovered behind them, hugging his blanket. "It doesn't want you to see those," he whispered. Ethan gave him a tight smile. Then it should have hidden them better. The first box they opened was filled with portraits. Dozens of black and white photographs of people from Blackwood. Men in pressed suits, women in lace collars, children posed stiffly with toys in their laps. Each photo bore a name scrawled on the back, and in the corner of many, a symbol. 3 vertical lines crossed by 2 short slashes. The tally mark. "These are the victims," Mara murmured, spreading the photos across the desk. "They cataloged their own crimes." Ethan's hands trembled as he picked up one photo of a woman with dark hair and hollow eyes. Helen Dorsey, 1927, the name from the dream. Beneath it, in faint pencil, someone had written, "Quieted." Caleb backed away, shaking his head. "They're watching you now." "Who?" Ethan asked gently. "The people in the pictures." His voice was small. "They don't want you to tell." Mara slid another box open and hissed. Inside were diaries, thin leather books filled with cramped handwriting. One diary belonged to Eleanor Clark, the school teacher from Ethan's vision. The last entry made his blood run cold. "They say the children must never speak of what they saw. I fear for them. I fear for myself." He read the line aloud. Caleb whispered, "She knew what was coming." Mara took out another book, this one belonging to a man named Samuel Reed, whose body had been found in the barn fire. His diary ended abruptly, the final page scorched, the last legible words, "They promised the fire would cover it." It was no longer possible to dismiss the dreams as hallucinations. Every nightmare had proof waiting in the walls. Later that night, Ethan sat alone in the study while Caleb slept on the couch, too afraid to be left upstairs. Mara stepped out to check the perimeter, leaving Ethan with the boxes. He lit a lantern and turned page after page of brittle paper. The entries blurred together into a chorus of fear, all telling the same story. Ordinary lives snuffed out, rewritten into lies. He paused at one folder thicker than the rest. It contained church records, baptisms, marriages, burials, but entire families had been crossed out, their names blacked over until only indentations remained. At the bottom of one page, a single line had been scratched into the parchment. The 15th must fall. Ethan's chest tightened. He shut the folder quickly, as if by closing it he could erase the words. The lamp sputtered. For a moment the room seemed to inhale. Then the whisper came again, this time clear, feminine, sliding right into his ear. "You've already lost him." He spun around, the lamp beam slicing shadows across the bookshelves. Nothing, just the photos staring back at him with lifeless eyes. Yet he felt it, someone standing just behind his shoulder. Mara returned a few minutes later, rain dripping from her hair. She saw his face and stiffened. What happened? "They spoke," Ethan whispered. "Not the house. Them. The people who did this, they want Caleb." Mara set the lantern down hard enough to rattle the glass. "Then we don't give him to them. We use what we found, we prove these crimes, we break the silence." Ethan shook his head. "You think evidence hidden for 100 years will change anything? The town protected them then. They'll protect them now." "Not if the whole world hears it," Mara said fiercely. "Not if we drag their whispers into the light." Before Ethan could answer, Caleb screamed. They ran to the parlor. Caleb was standing near the fireplace, eyes wide, hands stretched toward the mantel. "She was here," he cried. "The woman in the picture, Helen. She begged me to tell you they lied. Then she burned." Ethan rushed forward, pulling him back, but the air above the mantel shimmered with heat, as though flames danced invisibly. The smell of scorched wood filled the room. Mara grabbed the lantern and held it up. "There's a compartment here," she said, prying at the edge of the mantelpiece. With a groan, the wood gave way, revealing a hidden cavity. Inside lay a rusted tin box. Ethan opened it with shaking fingers. Inside were scraps of burned paper, letters half legible. The words clawed at his throat. "No accident. They chose me. The house will hide the truth." Caleb clutched his father's arm, his face pale. "She's not whispering anymore," he said. "She's screaming." The house groaned as if in agreement. Mara snapped the box shut. "We've seen enough for tonight. Whatever's in these walls, it doesn't want us alive." Ethan looked down at his son, trembling in his arms, and then at the boxes of evidence that reeked of sorrow. He knew Mara was right. The house bled memories. And now those memories wanted revenge. The house didn't sleep, not really. It shifted inside, boards settling like joints in an old body. But underneath was something steady, relentless, like breathing. Ethan began to think the mansion exhaled memories, and when it inhaled, it drew him and Caleb deeper inside its lungs. The boxes they had uncovered lingered on the dining table, documents and diaries spread in chaotic piles. Mara wanted to catalog them methodically, photograph everything, send the files beyond Blackwood. Ethan wanted to burn them, erase the evidence before the town discovered what they had stolen. Caleb, caught between, stared at the faces in the photographs as though waiting for them to speak again. "They won't stop," the boy whispered. "Not until they finish their story." Ethan crouched beside him. "What story?" "Caleb. The one they started," he said simply. 15 pieces, 15 endings." He tapped a photograph of Eleanor Clark, the school teacher from the Vision, and his voice dropped lower. "She says there's no peace until the last one falls." The words crawled under Ethan's skin. That night, Mara insisted they split watches. She took the first, sitting in the kitchen with her flashlight balanced across her knees. Ethan lay beside Caleb on the couch. trying to keep his son from hearing the house mutter in its sleep. The whispering came regardless, snatches of words in male and female voices, sometimes laughter, sometimes sobbing. Ethan pressed his palms to his ears, but the sound seemed to vibrate through his bones. When exhaustion dragged him under, the mansion delivered him into another vision. He was in the hidden crawlspace. Dust choked the air, and through the pinholes in the wood he saw the study lit by lantern glow. A man in a dark coat stood over a box of photographs, the same photographs they had just uncovered, flipping through them with reverence. Then the man turned toward Ethan's vantage, and though the face was blurred, Ethan felt the gaze cut straight through the wood, straight into his skull. The man leaned close to the hole, his lips nearly touching it. "Quiet," the shadow whispered, "or the 15th will bleed sooner." Ethan jerked awake, his chest heaving. Mara looked up sharply from the table. "Dream," he nodded. His throat was too dry for words. The next day they explored the attic. The trunk Ethan had once seen in dreams sat in the corner, heavy with dust. Inside were not toys or clothes, but more diaries bundled in twine, each marked with dates. Mara flipped through them quickly. "Different hands," she said, but the same story repeated. Each writer saw something, knew something, and they all ended with silence. Ethan held one diary written by a boy named Thomas Hale, the child who vanished in the woods. The last entry read, "They say the trees won't tell, but the house will. The house always tells." The words chilled him more than any nightmare. Later, as dusk thickened the corners of the house, Caleb refused to eat. He sat at the table, staring at the diaries. "They're watching us read," he said flatly. Ethan's stomach clenched. "Who is?" "Them," Caleb answered, pointing at the walls. "The people who hid all this. They're inside the house now, walking behind the walls, waiting for the 15th. Mara touched Ethan's arm. "He's not wrong. Someone planted microphones, speakers, crawl spaces. They could still be in here, living under our noses. You felt it too, the drafts, the moving air." That night, Ethan set traps. He placed flour across the basement steps, hung strings with bells across the crawlspace openings, left a hammer by the parlor door. Mara watched him quietly, neither approving nor mocking. Caleb simply asked, "Will it stop them?" "I'll know if they come," Ethan said. But the house was older, smarter. When sleep came, the 14th vision swallowed Ethan whole. He stood in the courthouse again, the faceless judge banging the gavel. But this time he heard names shouted by the crowd. Real names, familiar names: Cole, Garvey, Danner, Pike. The same families he had begun to suspect. They called for blood, and the judge's gavel silenced them into obedience. Then the prisoner's scream ripped through the chamber, and Ethan woke with his own voice raw, Mara shaking him by the shoulders. "You were yelling names," she said urgently. "Whose names?" Ethan hesitated. Saying them aloud felt like painting a target on their backs. But Caleb answered from the couch, his voice thin and certain. "The ones who still live here." The next morning, Ethan noticed the flower on the basement steps had been disturbed. Faint footprints, smaller than his, smaller even than Mara's, led down into the dark. He followed with his hammer clenched tight, Mara at his back with the flashlight. At the bottom they found nothing but cold stone and damp earth. Yet the footprints ended at the far wall, as if someone had walked straight through it. "False wall," Mara murmured. She pressed along the stone until a section shifted. Behind it was a narrow passage. The air that flowed out was warm, tinged with smoke. They followed it into a small chamber lit by a single bulb dangling from a wire. On a wooden table sat a reel-to-reel tape recorder, its reels spinning silently, though no tape fed them. Beside it were stacks of cassettes, each labeled with dates spanning decades. Ethan picked one up. June 4th, 1961. The night Sarah Miller vanished, he breathed. Mara slotted the tape into a player. The speakers hissed. Then a girl's voice broke through, panicked, begging. "Please, don't, please," a man's voice answered, calm and cold. Quiet. Then a muffled cry, the scrape of earth and silence. Ethan's stomach heaved. Caleb, who had followed despite orders, covered his ears, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Make it stop," he sobbed. Mara yanked the tape out, her face pale. "They recorded them," she whispered. "Every murder, every victim. This isn't a haunting, it's an archive of executions." The weight of the truth crushed Ethan. The dreams weren't supernatural gifts, they were reconstructions, fragments of what had been done in these rooms, embedded into walls, into objects, into memory itself. And now, the house wasn't just bleeding memories, it was broadcasting them. When they returned upstairs, the whispers were deafening, rising from every vent, every wall. Voices layered over one another, some crying, some laughing, all repeating one word: quiet, quiet, quiet. Ethan grabbed Caleb and shouted over the noise. "They're not ghosts, they're people. They want us to believe it's spirits, but it's them. It's always been them." But Caleb shook his head violently. "No, Dad. It's both. The people did it. But the house remembers. It remembers everything." That night, Ethan didn't sleep. He sat in the study, surrounded by photographs and diaries, tape reels stacked like tombstones, listening to the voices hiss through the vents. Mara dozed in the chair across from him, her gun on the table beside her hand. Caleb slept fitfully on the couch, whimpering even in dreams. At 3 o'clock sharp, the house sighed. The bulb in the study flickered. Then the bell tolled again, 3 notes deep and slow, vibrating through their bones. Ethan stood, heart hammering. He realized with perfect clarity the house wasn't waiting to complete the 15th crime. It was preparing to begin it. And if they didn't act, the last victim would be his son. The bell's last note seemed to hang in the rafters long after it stopped sounding, a pressure in the chest like you'd been told a secret and couldn't swallow it down. Mara checked her watch, checked the door, checked the gun on the table, her jaw working like she was chewing on anger. Caleb sat up on the couch, hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. He looked smaller than 10 in that moment, smaller than the house wanted him to be. "It's starting," he whispered. "Not if we start first," Ethan said. He took the reel-to-reel from the hidden chamber and set it in the center of the dining room table, running an extension cord to the outlet he and Mara had already tested. He lined the labeled cassettes beside it like gravestones, names and dates that made the room colder. On another chair, he placed the rusted tin box from the mantel, and beside that the diaries, the photos, the church ledger with whole families crossed out. A history of unsolved murders laid out like a banquet. Horror turned into inventory. Mara propped her phone against a salt shaker. "When this goes bad," she said, "we stream. Not to one place, to 6. I've got mirror links. Anyone who pulls a plug pulls a Hydra head." She looked at Ethan. "We've been letting the house speak to us. Now we make it speak to everyone." "It won't let us," Caleb said almost calmly. "They won't." "Then we make their whispers in the dark louder than they can stand," Ethan said. "We drown them with their own voices." They worked like thieves. Ethan checked batteries, microphones, the ancient jack on the tape machine. Mara taped a portable mic to the underside of the table and ran the cord behind the skirting. She showed Ethan how to trigger the stream with a single tap. Caleb drew a triangle on a scrap of paper, house, church, the river, and wrote the numbers again along the sides, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. He slid the paper into Ethan's pocket without looking up. "When they come," he said, "they'll try to make us quiet again." Ethan kissed the top of his son's head. Not tonight. They didn't sleep. They waited. The house inhaled. The wind moved in the chimney like something pacing. At 2:41, a floorboard shifted 2 rooms away and stilled. At 2:56, a door complained and then remembered itself closed. At exactly 3, the light in the hallway flickered once and stayed steady. Mara lifted a finger. Listen. Shoes on wood. Slow. Confident. Ethan moved to the arch between parlor and hall, the baseball bat resting along his thigh like part of the bone. The steps reached the foyer and stopped. For a moment, nothing. Then a key turned a lock that wasn't supposed to be connected to this door, and the front door eased inward a hair, no more than the width of a fingernail. The latch had never caught. The house had been waiting with its mouth open. Mara didn't breathe. She flicked the stream live with her thumb. The door swung wider. A shape filled the gap. Tall, hat brim low, coat slick with mist. The figure stepped once over the threshold, bringing the night in with it. In the same heartbeat, the crawlspace bookcase whispered back on its hidden hinges, and a second shadow slid from the study wall, thin and quick as a blade. "Back!" Mara barked, voice snapping the air. "Hands where I can see them." The tall figure didn't turn. The thin one did. Blue eyes, shock-white hair, a face that would have been kindly if it weren't so still. Linda Garvey, town clerk. Her voice matched the precise smile she wore at the office. "Officer Green," she said, almost pitying. "You should have left." "Ex-officer," Mara said, "and I don't leave my dead." The tall figure stepped forward into the dining room's edge of light. Even without seeing the eyes, Ethan knew the posture, priestly, practiced. Father Cole's collar glowed like a small flag in the dim. Ethan tightened his grip on the bat. "You rang the bell with a box," he said. "You rang it in our walls." Father Cole's mouth twitched. "Bells are for calling people to listen, Mr. Ward. You've done your share of listening. Now it's your turn," Mara said. With a small motion of her wrist, she started the reel. Tape hiss, a girl's plea, a man's flat quiet. She turned the phone so the camera faced the table, the diaries, the ledger, the cassettes. "Say hello to the internet." Linda's hands stayed visible. Her gaze darted not to the phone, not to the gun, but to Caleb, quick, measuring. "Turn it off," she said gently, "if you love your child." Caleb didn't flinch. "You erased a baby," he said. "You burned a man. You tied a boy in a cellar and called it weather. You stood in the church and spoke prayers like locks. I heard you." Father Cole folded his hands. "Children are suggestible. They repeat what they hear. We tried to keep you from hearing." Ethan felt something in him split and harden like cooling metal. "You tried to keep everyone from hearing." Mara angled the phone to catch their faces. "Names," she said. "Say the names of the victims." "Don't tempt God," Father Cole replied. "Say the names," Mara repeated milder. "Or hear them for the last time." She thumbed the next tape. The barn fire, a man screaming while others watched. She let the scream go on a beat longer than anyone could stand and then stopped it with a tap. "We have enough for indictments, and you know it." Linda's expression never changed. "You have noise," she said. "You think a judge will admit your ghosts? We are the record, dear. You can't file truth." Caleb slid from the couch and stood between Ethan and the intruders. "You don't own the house anymore," he said. "It chose us." Something cold passed over Father Cole's face. "The house chose you," he agreed softly. "But not as you think." The hallway light clicked off by itself. In that breath of darkness, the study door pushed wider. The crawlspace draft warmed, and a third presence reached the room. An outline behind the parlor arch, hatless, coatless, slick with rain. Walt Danner's green cap hung from his hand like a crooked halo. He wiped his palm on his coat and spoke to no one, or everyone. "You don't know the number," he said, eyes on the floor. 15, Ethan answered. "It's plastered across a century of bodies." Danner shook his head. "You don't know the first number, the number it started with." 3, Caleb said before anyone else could breathe. 3 lines, 2 slashes, then more. 3 makes 6, 6 makes 9. Danner looked at the boy as if seeing a fact. "They told you." "The house told me," Caleb said. Mara kept the gun level. "Why Caleb?" "Because he's clean," Linda said almost kindly. "Because he balances the column." Father Cole glanced at the tapes, the diaries, the ledger, the phone's single unblinking eye. For the first time, something like calculation crept into his voice. "You think true crime voyeurs on the internet will save you? This is a town, Mr. Ward. Towns survive by forgetting. Then we make forgetting impossible," Ethan said. He stepped closer to the table and pressed play on a different cassette. One he hadn't heard yet. A man's voice filled the room, shaky, ashamed. "I sign what they hand me," it said. "Exposure, misadventure, I don't sleep anymore. Dr. Silas Reed." The old coroner's confession in a small, tired voice. Mara smiled without humor. "That one plays well on juries." Linda's gaze sharpened. "You stole that," she said, like she was discussing a form improperly filed. Ethan nodded. "From the place you built to hide it." Something shifted in the hall, the barely there whisper of rubber on wood, and every hair on Ethan's arms lifted. He didn't look away from the 3 in front of him, but his voice angled toward the staircase. "There are more of you," he said. Father Cole let out a small breath. "There are always more of us," he said, and behind the words sat a blunt truth. The secret society wasn't a club, it was an ecosystem. Families, positions, fiefdoms, old money, then old sins, new hands. Mara's phone buzzed on the salt shaker. She didn't glance down. Somebody out there had tuned in, then 10, then hundreds. Comments would be stacking like kindling. She spoke like an oath. "If any of you touch that child, I will spend the rest of my life making sure your names live long enough to rot." No one moved. The house breathed. Then the mansion chose its side, or at least chose to choose. Every vent coughed a whisper at once. Not quiet this time. A single name, spoken by a dozen voices, then by 20, then by the walls themselves, the floorboards, the old piano in the parlor, the pipes in the kitchen. Helen. 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 The name rose, layered, a tidal chant that pushed Father Cole back a half step. Linda's mask cracked at the corner of her mouth. Danner's eyes shone wet. For an instant he strangled. Caleb stood taller. "They don't want quiet anymore," he said. "They want justice." Ethan hit another switch. The stream split audio to a small Bluetooth speaker tucked by the front window. Outside, the porch threw their proof into the night. A girl's plea, a barn's scream, a coroner's confession. The sound tumbled into Blackwood's sleeping streets like a siren that didn't ask permission. Windows would light, phones would glow. Dark secrets preferred darkness. Ethan had given them street lamps. "Enough!" Linda snapped, and she moved fast as a snapped wire toward the table. Mara was faster. The gun barked once, not at flesh, but at the chandelier's chain. Crystal rained. Linda froze, hands up, glass ticking against her shoes. Danner lifted both palms. Father Cole stayed very still, like a man trying not to startle a dog that has remembered its teeth. "This is over," Mara said. Father Cole's eyelids lowered. "No," he said. "This is beginning." He looked at Caleb again, not with pity, not with hate, something colder. "The 15th must fall." Caleb didn't blink. Then make it you. Silence hit the room like a door. Danner flinched. Linda's breath came in through her nose. Father Cole's mouth opened and closed. It was Ethan who moved then, not with the bat, not with fists, but with the thing the town feared most. He pressed his finger on the phone and switched the camera to front-facing. His own face and Caleb's filled the screen. He said clearly for everyone listening beyond Blackwood, "My name is Ethan Ward. This is my son. If anything happens to him, look at these names, Cole, Garvey, Danner, and listen to this house. It remembers." He set the phone back down and looked at the three intruders. "Leave," he said. "Walk out while you still can. The town's awake now, and it's listening." For a long heartbeat, no one believed it could be that simple. Then the front door exhaled the mist back outside. Father Cole turned first, moving with a priest's slow dignity. Linda followed, every inch of her careful. Danner lingered an instant at the threshold, eyes on Caleb like he was looking for a different story and not finding it. He put on his green cap and went into the rain. The house let their footsteps go until they were gone, and then, as if relieved, it slackened. The vents fell quiet. The floor released a breath. Somewhere deep, a pipe knocked as if agreeing. Mara set the gun down and blew out air she'd been holding for years. "That bought us time," she said. "Not safety." Ethan gathered the diaries and tapes like a man gathering children, moving them into a duffel he'd already packed. "We make copies of everything," he said. "We send them to places that don't know how to forget." Caleb slid his hand into Ethan's. "Dad," he said, small again now that the room had emptied, "do we still have to see the last dream?" Ethan looked at the ledger, at the crossed-out names, at the triangle in his pocket. The stream's counter kept climbing. Blackwood was no longer a sealed jar. "Yes," he said softly. "We still have to see it." "Why?" Caleb whispered. "Because that's how we end it," Ethan answered. "Not by being quiet, by knowing everything." Outside, the rain thinned to a whisper that belonged to no one. Inside, the house waited, full of psychological suspense, full of rooms that could still surprise. Somewhere beneath them, a hidden room buzzed with old wires and newer choices. In the morning, they would follow the last corridor. For tonight, they sat together, three people in a mansion that bled memories, teaching it a new word over and over until the walls learned it. Enough. The storm had eased, but Blackwood woke restless. By morning, the town's streets buzzed with a tension Ethan hadn't felt before. He and Mara walked into the diner for coffee, Caleb trailing behind, and conversations froze. Heads bent close, whispers slithered. Phones were out on tables, screens reflecting the streamed footage from the night before. Voices of the dead, a coroner's confession, names that had slept in silence too long. "They saw it," Ethan whispered to Mara. "The whole town saw it." "Good," Mara replied, but her eyes scanned the room sharply, hand hovering near the holster hidden beneath her jacket. "Now we find out who's loyal to truth and who's loyal to survival." Caleb slid into the booth, curling against the window. His face was pale but alert, eyes sharp for someone his age. "They're angry," he whispered. "Not at us, at each other." He wasn't wrong. Around them, the diner was divided. Some patrons stared with wide-eyed fear, as if relieved someone had finally spoken aloud what they'd always suspected. Others glared with cold fury, accusation, betrayal. Ethan recognized Linda Garvey's cousin at the counter, murmuring into her phone. A man in a Danner's hardware cap left without paying his bill, slamming the door hard enough to rattle the windows. "Let's get it to go," Mara said. They stepped out into the cold morning air, and Ethan felt the weight of eyes from every window. Blackwood was no longer pretending to be a quiet town. It was a crime scene disguised as a community, and the disguise was cracking. Back at the mansion, Caleb sat at the table with one of the diaries open. He traced the words with a fingertip, lips moving as he read silently. "It's all families," he murmured. Every victim was part of a family here. When one person vanished, the rest of their family disappeared too, not just from the house, from the whole town. Ethan leaned closer. Disappeared how? "They left," Caleb said, eyes distant. "Or they were made to leave. Or they just stopped existing on paper. Look." He pushed the diary toward his father. Names, dozens of them, crossed out in ledgers and censuses, whole branches of family trees missing. Mara joined them, flipping through another diary. They didn't just kill individuals, they erased lineages, made sure no one could trace the truth forward. "Broken families," Ethan murmured. "Vanished lives, and the rest of the town just went on pretending." Caleb looked up, his expression older than his years. "They're still pretending, but the house won't let them." That night, the mansion gave them another dream. Ethan found himself inside a modest farmhouse kitchen. A woman stood at the stove, humming while children played on the floor. The door burst open. Two men entered, rough, silent, faces shadowed. The children were dragged away, the woman thrown against the wall. Ethan screamed to stop them, but his voice was swallowed by the hum of the house. The dream twisted. Suddenly the children were gone, the kitchen empty except for a single rocking chair, moving gently on its own. Ethan woke gasping, hands clawing the sheets. Across the room, Caleb was already crying quietly. "They took them all," he said. "The whole family, and no one asked where they went." Mara found a file in the archives the next morning. The Collins family, 1938. Official record. Moved west for work. No forwarding address. No further trace. "They didn't move," Ethan said grimly. "They were erased." More dreams followed, each crueler than the last. A boy drowned in a well. His parents told it was an accident. A mother disappeared from her bed while her children slept, the obituary saying she died of pneumonia. A man who tried to report what he'd seen found hanging in his barn. Death ruled suicide. Each nightmare left Ethan hollow, but Caleb bore them like weights he refused to drop. He wrote every detail in his notebook, hands steady even as his eyes brimmed. "If they erase the families, then we're the family that's left," he told his father one morning. "We have to finish what they couldn't." Ethan hugged him fiercely, whispering, "You're not alone in this." But inside, he wondered if the house had chosen his son precisely because of that resolve. One evening, as they pored over the files, Harold Pike arrived at the door. He looked older than ever, his face gray, hands trembling around the brim of his hat. "I should have done this years ago," he said, stepping inside, "but I was a coward. My grandfather was part of it. He told me the truth before he died. Every family has its price, Mr. Ward. Mine was silence." He placed a bundle of papers on the table. Marriage licenses, property transfers, death records, documents linking the Harringtons, Coles, Pikes, and Danners together across a century. They wove themselves into the town like roots. You pull one up, the whole tree shakes. Mara flipped through the papers quickly, her eyes widening. "This ties them to every victim. Not just rumors, legal proof." Harold nodded, tears brimming. "I should have given this to someone long ago. But I thought the house would keep its secrets if I left them alone. I was wrong." Caleb studied Harold with unnerving calm. "The house doesn't forgive silence," he said. Harold flinched. "I know." Of that night, Ethan dreamed again. He was in a dark cellar lit by a single bulb. A man stood before him, Harold Pike, younger, stronger, his face twisted with fear. Around him, figures in robes pressed closer, chanting. Harold fell to his knees, begging, before the faceless leader silenced him with a single command. Quiet. Ethan woke trembling, staring at the old man asleep in a chair across the room. For the first time, he realized Harold wasn't just a witness to the past. He was a survivor. And survivors in Blackwood didn't stay alive without paying a price. The house had bled its memories into them, crime by crime, family by family. But now, Ethan sensed it was shifting. The whispers grew sharper, more insistent, as if pointing them forward. There was more to uncover. More broken families, more vanished lives, before they reached the truth at the heart of it all. And Ethan feared that truth might demand not just remembrance, but sacrifice. The mansion's silence was deceptive. By day, it looked like nothing more than an old house with broken shingles and creaking beams. But at night, when the walls began to breathe, Ethan felt the past gathering around them like mourners at a funeral. The broken families whispered through vents and floorboards, refusing to be forgotten. Mara taped Harold's bundle of documents to the walls of the study in neat rows. Marriage licenses, property deeds, obituaries, all connected by red string she'd scavenged from an old sewing kit. The wall turned into a map of betrayal, a century of lies stretching across yellowed paper. Caleb sat at the table, drawing lines of his own, adding the names of victims from his dreams. They erased whole family trees, Mara said, pointing to a set of marriage licenses with the surname Harrington. Look, this woman married into the Cole family, then vanished. The record says she died of consumption. But there's no grave. Her children's names are crossed out. It's like the entire branch was pruned. They weren't pruned, Ethan muttered. They were butchered. Harold watched from the corner, his face pale. The town didn't want loose branches, he said. Families that asked questions, families that wouldn't play along, they disappeared. And every time the records were rewritten. Moved west, illness, accident, suicide, anything but murder. Caleb looked up from his notebook. But the house remembers, that's why it shows us. It's telling us what they erased. That night, the whispers grew louder, urgent, like voices clamoring to be heard all at once. Ethan barely closed his eyes before the mansion dragged him into another vision. A farmhouse again, but different, larger, prosperous. Children laughed in the yard while a mother called them in for supper. Then shadows fell across the windows. Figures entered the home, their faces covered. The children screamed. The mother's voice begged, then broke. The vision twisted violently, throwing Ethan into the cellar beneath the house. There, the whole family knelt, bound and gagged. One by one, the lights went out until only silence remained. Ethan bolted upright, gasping. Across the room, Caleb already had his notebook open, scribbling details with a steady hand. The Collins family, he said quietly. All of them. They said the town couldn't afford their questions. Mara turned pale as she flipped through the files Harold had brought. He's right. Collins. They owned half the farmland outside Blackwood, then gone. The land went to the Harringtons 2 months later. Ethan slammed his fist against the table. They killed them for property, for land, for money. And power, Harold added softly. His voice cracked. Always for power. The following dream came to Caleb instead of Ethan. The boy woke screaming, his face wet with tears. I saw a little girl, he sobbed. She had a doll. They told her it was just a game. Then they buried her in the orchard. She begged for her mother. Mara searched frantically through the records, her fingers trembling. She found a death certificate for Lucy Hammond, age 7, 1919. Cause, influenza. but the town census listed her alive 2 years later before her name vanished entirely. Buried in the orchard, Mara whispered, and they called it influenza. Ethan held his son, whispering promises he wasn't sure he could keep. The whispers in the vents seemed to mock him, repeating the word quiet over and over until it became unbearable. The more they uncovered, the bolder the house became. Doors slammed on their own. The smell of burning wood filled the halls. One night, Ethan found the parlor mirror fogged as though someone had breathed across its surface. Words appeared slowly as if written by an unseen hand. 15 families, 15 lies. Mara stared at the mirror, her reflection warped. It's escalating. The house doesn't just want us to see, it wants us to expose them, Ethan whispered. And if we don't, then it takes Caleb, Mara said flatly. It finishes the cycle. Harold confessed more as days passed. His family had been part of the silencing. My grandfather used to say the town needed to be clean, he murmured. Every time someone asked too many questions, they became a stain, and stains had to be scrubbed. Ethan's jaw clenched. You lived with this knowledge your whole life? I lived with guilt, Harold said. That's different. I tried to bury it, but guilt doesn't rot. It grows. Caleb stood, notebook in hand. Then help us finish it. Help us make sure there isn't a 16th. Harold's eyes filled with tears. I will, whatever it costs. That night, the house delivered Ethan into another vision. He stood in a parlor he recognized, the Harrington house, but decades earlier. A young man shouted at his father, accusing him of lies. The father struck him hard, and the son collapsed. 2 others dragged the body away as if it were routine. Ethan screamed, but no one listened. He woke drenched in sweat, the echo of family betrayal burning in his chest. When he described it, Mara nodded grimly. That's the root. They didn't just kill outsiders, they killed their own when they stepped out of line. They made sure loyalty was bred by fear. Ethan glanced at Caleb, his heart aching. And now they want to finish the chain with my son. Mara's voice was steel. Then we break the chain. The following morning, Caleb wandered into the study and pointed to Harold's wall of documents. The families are connected, but so are the victims. Every one of them ties back to the mansion somehow. They lived there, visited there, or worked there. The house is the stage, that's why it bleeds memories. Ethan felt a chill run down his spine. The house isn't cursed, it's deliberate. They built it to keep their history alive, to make sure silence echoed forever. Mara turned to him, eyes blazing. Then we'll turn their stage into a courtroom. The mansion groaned above them as though objecting. From the vents, the whispers rose again, no longer fragmented. A single phrase repeated over and over. The 15th must fall. The 15th must fall. Ethan pulled Caleb close, his voice low but steady. Not him. Not anymore. For the first time since stepping into Blackwood, he felt something sharp push against the fear. Defiance. The house bled memories. But now Ethan intended to make it bleed truth. The mansion had grown heavier with every revelation. Even in daylight, Ethan felt the weight pressing down on them. The walls no longer seemed like walls at all, but watchers, recording, storing, waiting. Caleb refused to go upstairs alone. Mara slept in a chair near the front door with her pistol in hand. And Harold, too ashamed to leave but too broken to fight, wandered the halls at night, whispering apologies to people only he could see. The voices in the vents changed. Where once they hissed quiet, they now whispered fragments of names. Ethan woke one morning to hear Lucy repeated over and over in the chimney. Caleb swore he heard Collins breathe through his pillow. The voices weren't threatening now. They were pleading. "They're tired of being forgotten," Caleb said. That night, Ethan dreamed again. He stood on the main street of Blackwood decades in the past. Families bustled in and out of shops. Children played tag on the sidewalk. But one by one, the families vanished. A mother tugged her son's hand, and the boy was gone. A man turned to greet his wife, and the space beside him was empty. Each disappearance left behind only silence, as if no one had ever existed. Ethan spun wildly, screaming, "Where are they?" The townsfolk looked at him with blank expressions. "Who?" they asked in unison. He woke with a start, sweat running down his spine. Caleb was already scribbling in his notebook. "It was everyone," the boy whispered. "All the families who disappeared. They showed us at once." Mara studied the diary pages spread across the table. This wasn't random. It was systematic. Families who didn't obey, families who resisted were erased. Their homes taken, their land divided, their names blacked out. Ethan clenched his fists, and the town lived on like nothing happened. "Because memory is control," Mara said. "If no one remembers, it's like they never lived at all." The next dream was worse. Ethan found himself in a classroom full of children. They sat perfectly still, faces pale, eyes forward. At the chalkboard stood Eleanor Clark, the teacher from his earlier vision. Her chalk hand trembled. Behind her, in the corner, a robed figure loomed. It whispered into her ear. She flinched, but she wrote on the board, "Never speak of it." The children repeated the phrase in eerie unison until the sound filled the room like a chant. Ethan woke choking. Across the room, Caleb whispered the same words unconsciously in his sleep. "Never speak of it. Never speak of it." Ethan shook him awake, heartbreaking. "No," he said firmly. "You speak. You tell me everything. That's how we win." Caleb's eyes glistened. "That's what scares them." Of the evidence piled higher, diaries describing mysterious illnesses that claimed entire households overnight. Photographs of children who appeared in school rosters one year and vanished the next. Land transfers that moved property from one erased family to another powerful name. Mara taped each new discovery to the wall until the study looked like a war room. "It's not just 15 murders," she said grimly. "It's 15 purges, whole families cut out like cancer." Harold sat in the corner, head in his hands. "My family signed the papers. We witnessed deeds, recorded deaths, buried the truth. I carry their sin like a chain." "Then help us break it," Ethan snapped. "Help us end it." Harold looked up, tears streaking his face. "I don't know how." That evening, as the sun bled behind the trees, they heard voices outside. Ethan peeked through the window. 3 men stood at the edge of the yard watching the house. He recognized the hardware store cap, the sheriff's deputy, and one of the town council members. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood staring until the darkness swallowed them. "They're reminding us they're watching," Mara said coldly. Caleb drew 3 small stick figures in his notebook and crossed them out. "They'll be gone too someday." That night, Ethan's dream dragged him deeper. He was in the church basement again, but instead of cots, there were coffins. Each lid bore a family name: Collins, Hammond, Whitaker, Dorsey. He moved closer. The lids creaked open one by one, revealing not corpses but empty spaces, as if the bodies had been stolen. From the darkness inside each coffin, voices rose in unison. "Remember us." He screamed awake, chest heaving. Caleb was sitting up already, his small face solemn. They said it too, he whispered. Remember us. Mara wrote the words on the board in thick red marker. Remember us. That's the demand, she said. Not quiet, not silence. They want truth. They want memory. But the town wasn't going to allow that. The next morning, they found the study wall stripped bare. Every document, every photograph, every diary page Mara had taped up was gone. The string lay snapped on the floor. The window was locked from inside. They came while we slept, Ethan said hoarsely, and they took it all. Caleb opened his notebook and lifted it defiantly. Not everything. I still have it. All of it. Every dream. Every name. Ethan hugged him fiercely, tears burning his eyes. Then they can't erase us, not if we hold on. Mara's voice was iron. They've escalated. Next, they'll come for more than paper. The house groaned in agreement. From the vents, the voices rose again, louder, angrier. The 15th must fall. Ethan looked at his son, clutching the notebook to his chest, and felt terror claw through his resolve. The cycle of vanished lives wasn't over. It was circling them now, preparing to claim Caleb as the final erasure. But Ethan swore to himself then, as the house whispered its demand, that if the 15th crime was to be written, it wouldn't be his son's name inked in silence. It would be theirs. But the night after the files vanished, the mansion was restless. Every window rattled, every floorboard complained, as if the house itself were grieving the stolen truths. Ethan lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the whisper of voices weaving through the vents like smoke. They weren't random anymore. They spoke in rhythm, syllables pulsing like a heartbeat. Blood. 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 Caleb stirred on the couch, clutching his notebook to his chest even in sleep. His lips moved unconsciously, echoing the chant. Ethan rushed to him, some shaking him awake. Caleb blinked, eyes glassy, and whispered, "They say blood remembers. They say I'm part of them." Ethan pulled him close. "No, you're not theirs. You're mine." But even as he said it, the doubt wormed in. What if the house had marked Caleb because of bloodlines? Because he carried the same heritage as the ones who built it? The following day, Mara confronted Harold in the kitchen. "What aren't you telling us?" she demanded. Harold hunched in his chair, his hands trembling. "There's a reason they want the boy. It's not just innocence, it's inheritance." Ethan froze. "What do you mean?" Harold's voice cracked. "The Harrington blood runs in your family, Mr. Ward, through your grandmother's line. That house didn't fall into your hands by accident. It was written for you, and now for your son." The word struck Ethan like a blow. "No," he said, shaking his head. "We had nothing to do with them." "But you do," Harold whispered. "The house belongs to the blood that built it. It keeps the ledger. It chooses an heir to bear the silence. And Caleb is that heir." Mara swore under her breath. "That's why the families want him. He's the living continuation of their pact. The 15th victim written before he was even born." Ethan staggered back, rage and terror tangling in his chest. "No, I won't let them." On that night, the mansion delivered another vision, sharper than any before. Ethan stood in the parlor, the walls bleeding with shadow. Around him, the 15 victims gathered, faces pale, eyes hollow. They pointed not at him, but at Caleb, their mouths opened in unison, whispering, "Blood must pay." Ethan screamed at them, "No! He's a child, he's not your debt." But the victims only stared, their whispers thickening into a roar that rattled the glass. Caleb stood at the center of the circle, unmoving, eyes wide but calm. "I can hear them all," he said. "They're inside me now." Ethan woke with a cry, rushing to his son's side. Caleb's skin was cold, his eyes half open, still whispering words Ethan couldn't understand. Mara gripped his shoulder. This isn't just trauma, the house is inside him, it's using him. Ethan clutched Caleb tight, tears burning his eyes. Then we cut it out. Whatever it takes, we cut it out. The next day, Caleb asked for Harold. Tell me about them, he said quietly. Harold's voice shook. They called themselves the Keepers. They believed blood was memory, that families carried history like veins carried life. They killed to purify the town, to silence dissent, to make sure their version of Blackwood survived. Every death was part of their scripture. And I'm supposed to finish it? Caleb asked. Harold nodded miserably. Unless you refuse. Ethan's chest burned. Refusing means fighting. And if we fight, they'll come for all of us. Then let them, Mara said coldly. I'd rather die loud than live quiet. So that night, Ethan tried to stay awake beside Caleb, but the house dragged him down anyway. The vision was different this time. He saw his own grandmother, a woman he barely remembered. She stood in the parlor with men in dark coats, her voice breaking as she begged them to spare her child. They handed her a contract. She signed it with shaking hands. Ethan recognized the name, his family's bloodline tied to the house forever. When he woke, his hands were shaking so badly he dropped the lamp. Mara caught his eye. What did you see? Ethan swallowed hard. My grandmother, she sold us to them. That's why we're here. That's why Caleb's the 15th. Caleb sat up slowly, his voice small but steady. Then we finish it our way. We give the house what it wants, but not how they wrote it. Ethan stared at him. What do you mean? Caleb's eyes were too old for his face. The blood remembers. But memory doesn't have to be silence. If we tell everything, if we speak every secret, the house will be full. It won't need me anymore. Mara leaned forward, eyes sharp. He's right. We bury them with truth, not bodies. Ethan pulled Caleb close, his heart breaking with pride and terror. Then that's what we'll do. We'll make the whispers scream so loud the whole world hears. From the vents, a voice sighed, almost like approval. Or maybe it was just the house breathing them toward the next nightmare. The next morning, Ethan woke to find Caleb at the study table, already scribbling in his notebook. The boy's face was pale, his hair messy from restless sleep, but his hand moved with a certainty Ethan hadn't seen before. What are you writing? Ethan asked softly. Caleb didn't look up. Names, dates, places, the ones they whisper to me. They're not just in the dreams anymore, Dad. They're talking all the time now. Mara joined them with coffee in one hand and her pistol holstered at her hip. She leaned over Caleb's shoulder, reading the page. The list stretched down the margin, 15 names, 15 crimes, but also new ones: Garvey, Cole, Danner. These aren't victims, Mara said grimly. These are the families, the living ones. Caleb looked up at her with eyes too old for his 10 years. The house doesn't want me to be a victim. It wants me to be the witness. They decided to test the house. Mara set up cameras in the parlor and dining room, small battery-powered devices feeding to her laptop. Ethan read one of the diaries aloud, the words echoing through the old wood. They promised the fire would cover it. The vent stirred. A low hum filled the walls. Then the cameras picked up movement, shadows gathering in corners, shapes like people pressing against the edges of vision. The sound built until Caleb whispered, "They're here, all of them." Ethan closed the diary. Silence snapped back like a door slamming. "It reacts," Mara said, typing furiously. "It doesn't just hold memory, it performs it when provoked." Ethan's jaw tightened. "Then we provoke it until the whole town hears." That night, Ethan dreamed of blood, not spilled in violence, but offered. A circle of figures stood in the cellar, each slicing their palm and pressing blood into the wood of the walls. The house drank it. The beams pulsed, the whispers rose. Ethan saw his grandmother among them, her face streaked with tears as she bled for the pact. He woke with a gasp, clutching his hand as though it still burned. Mara sat across from him, awake, her eyes sharp. Another dream, he nodded. They fed the house with blood. That's how it remembers. That's how it binds us. Mara's face was grim. Then breaking it will take blood too, but maybe not Caleb's. The next day, Harold stumbled into the room clutching a folder. "I found something," he gasped, "buried in the church archives, the original charter for Blackwood. It names the founding families, Harrington, Cole, Pike, Danner. It also lists their oath, to silence dissent, to remember in blood." Ethan stared at the brittle page. "They built the town on murder." Harold's hand shook. "And on memory. Every victim tied to the house, every death written into it so the families could control the story forever." Caleb's voice was steady. "But now I remember too, and I'm not one of them." That night the house struck harder than ever. Ethan dreamed of Caleb standing in the parlor, surrounded by the victims, their pale hands reaching for him. But instead of pulling him down, they knelt. They whispered his name not as prey, but as priest. "Caleb, Caleb, Caleb. You're the next keeper," a woman's voice said. "You inherit the silence." Ethan screamed in the dream, lunging toward his son, but he couldn't reach him. He woke drenched in sweat, his throat raw. Caleb sat upright on the couch, staring into the dark. "They offered it to me," he said quietly. "They want me to keep their secrets." Ethan grabbed his shoulders, desperate. "You said no, right? You refused." Caleb blinked slowly. "I didn't answer." Mara's voice was sharp. "Don't. Not ever. If you take their role, you're theirs forever." Caleb looked at her, eyes hollow. "But if I don't, they'll kill us all." On the following day, the tension snapped. While Ethan and Mara sorted through Harold's folder, a stone shattered the front window. A note was tied to it. "Leave or bleed." Mara yanked her pistol free and scanned the yard. No one was there but footprints marked the mud leading back toward town. "They're moving fast," she said grimly. "The stream shook them. Now they're ready to make it permanent." Ethan held the note tight, his jaw set. "Then we stop running. We bleed them first with the truth." That night, the voices were relentless. They hissed through every vent, not just quiet, but whole phrases. "Blood remembers, 15th must fall. Silence is survival." Caleb curled in his father's lap, trembling but resolute. "They can whisper forever," he said, "but I'll write louder." And he did. His small hands filled page after page, recording every detail, every vision, every secret. The notebook had become more than memory. It was testimony, proof no family could erase. Mara looked at Ethan, her expression fierce. "When the time comes, we use his words to burn this town down, not with fire, with truth." The house groaned as though it understood. From the chimney came a final whisper that night, soft but clear. "Blood remembers." Ethan whispered back into the dark. "Then remember this, we won't be quiet." The house no longer pretended to rest. Every hour of the night was filled with mutters and sighs, the boards swelling and shrinking like lungs. Ethan sat in the study with the duffel bag of evidence at his feet, the diaries, the reels, Harold's charter, all of it ready to be smuggled out. But where? The town itself was the conspiracy. Blackwood wasn't just infected with silence. It was built on it. Caleb lay curled on the couch, his notebook clutched tight. Even in sleep, his lips moved, whispering phrases that weren't his. Ethan leaned close and caught fragments. Blood keeps, blood binds, blood remembers. Mara entered, her hair damp from the rain outside. "They're circling," she said. 3 cars parked at the end of the lane, no lights on, but I saw the glint of rifles. Ethan's stomach dropped. "They're not waiting anymore." "No," Mara said, "they're waiting for 3 o'clock. When the bell rings, they'll come." Ethan tried to rest, but the mansion dragged him under. He dreamed of the cellar again. A circle of figures chanted as they pricked their palms, smearing blood across the beams. Caleb stood in the middle, pale but composed, a knife placed in his small hand. "Keeper or sacrifice," the faceless leader intoned. "Choose." Caleb's hand trembled. He looked up at Ethan. "If I don't take it, they'll kill you." Ethan woke with a scream, drenched in sweat. Caleb stirred, staring at him with wide, frightened eyes. "Dad," he whispered, "I dreamed it too." Mara sat forward, her face pale. "They're sinking your dreams now. You're seeing the same things. That means they're close to pulling you in for real." At dawn, Harold shuffled into the kitchen with shaking hands. "I told you," he said, voice breaking. The pact was blood. Every generation a keeper chosen to guard the silence, and every 15th, if no one volunteered, they made a sacrifice. Ethan's voice was hoarse. "And now they want Caleb." Harold nodded miserably. "He's perfect. Innocent blood tied to the Harrington line. They think he'll seal their history forever." Mara's eyes blazed. "Not if we burn their history first." That night they prepared. Mara spread the evidence across the dining room table and connected her laptop to the stream again. "We go live before the bell," she said. "We show everything, names, documents, the voices. If we're loud enough, they can't erase it." Ethan loaded the duffel bag, ready to run if needed. Caleb sat beside him, pale but steady. "If they ask me to choose," he whispered, "I'll say no." Ethan hugged him fiercely. "You'll never have to say anything. I won't let them near you." But in his heart, he feared the choice would come anyway. At 2:57, the house tensed. The air thickened, every vent breathing at once. Caleb clutched Ethan's hand, whispering, "It's coming." The first toll of the bell shook the walls. The second rattled the windows. The third made the chandelier sway. And then came the footsteps, measured, heavy, entering the foyer. Mara raised her gun. Ethan gripped the bat. Caleb stood in the middle of the parlor, notebook clutched like a shield. The door opened. Father Cole entered first, his collar gleaming. Linda Garvey followed, precise smile intact. Behind them came Walt Danner, green cap dripping with rain. More shadows filled the hall, their faces hidden, their presence undeniable. Cole's voice was calm. "It's time." "No!" Ethan snarled. "It's over." He slammed the first tape into the player. Sarah Miller's screams filled the room, broadcast through Mara's stream into the world. The intruders flinched. Linda's mask cracked. Danner's hands twitched. "You can't bury this anymore," Mara said. "The house remembered, and now so does everyone else." Cole's voice hardened. "The house doesn't just remember, it decides, and it has chosen the boy." Caleb lifted his chin, trembling but defiant. "Then I choose too. And I choose to speak." He opened his notebook and began to read aloud. Every name, every dream, every crime. The voices in the vents surged, not whispering quiet, but echoing his words back, louder and louder, until the walls themselves shouted the truth. The conspirators staggered. Linda clapped her hands over her ears. Danner cursed. Even Cole faltered as the chorus rose. Ethan pulled Caleb behind him, heart pounding. You hear that? You lost your silence when you lost your keeper. The house groaned, shaking dust from the rafters. From the chimney came a new voice, strong and clear. No more quiet. Mara's stream counter spiked on the laptop screen. Thousands watching. Tens of thousands. Blackwood's secret wasn't secret anymore. Cole's face twisted. You don't understand, he hissed. If the blood doesn't bind, the town will fall apart. Then let it fall, Ethan spat. The chandelier crashed to the floor between them, shattering like thunder. The intruders stumbled back. Cole shouted for retreat. Linda grabbed Danner's arm, dragging him toward the door. One by one, the shadows slipped out into the storm. The house sighed long and deep, as though relieved. Ethan collapsed beside his son, pulling him into his arms. It's over, he whispered. But Caleb shook his head, his voice trembling. No, not yet. They'll try again. They won't stop until the last blood falls. Ethan held him tighter, feeling the truth in his words. The pact was broken, but the fight wasn't finished, and the whispers in the blood had only just begun to scream. The house exhaled like an exhausted animal after the intruders fled. Dust settled in the lamplight, drifting down on the broken chandelier, on the scattered photographs, on the notebooks that held a century of erased lives. Ethan sat against the wall with Caleb in his arms, trembling not from fear but from the sudden weight of survival. They'll come back, Caleb whispered. Ethan kissed the top of his head. Then we'll be ready. But in truth, he felt anything but ready. By morning, the town had already changed. Word of the stream had spread faster than fire. Some residents avoided eye contact. Others stared openly with hatred. At the grocery store, Mara noticed a clerk whisper into a phone as soon as she entered. At the gas station, a stranger spat on the ground near Ethan's feet. Blackwood was splitting down the middle, half terrified of the truth, half desperate to preserve the silence. They call it the Silence Pact, Harold admitted later that day, his voice trembling as he sat at the dining table. That was the name my grandfather used, an agreement made between the founding families to protect Blackwood's prosperity. Every generation swore to it. Some believed it was a curse, others a contract. But all of them kept it. Ethan glared at him. Kept it by killing, by erasing. Harold nodded miserably. 15 times, always 15. When the town's secrets threatened to spill, they sacrificed. A family here, a child there, the pact demanded it. And the house, he shuddered. The house made sure it was remembered. Mara crossed her arms. You're saying this wasn't random, it was ritual. Yes, Harold whispered. Ritual bound in blood. That night, Ethan dreamed again. The vision dragged him into the parlor where a circle of figures stood, robed and faceless. They held candles that flickered without flame, and in the center lay a parchment, the Silence Pact itself. He watched as names were written across it in blood, signatures glowing red before fading into the page. Then he saw something that froze his heart. One of the names was his grandmother's. She signed with a shaking hand, tears dripping onto the parchment. Ethan screamed at her, but the dream offered no mercy. She pressed her palm against the paper, leaving a crimson print that bled into the wood beneath. When he woke, he stumbled to the study. Mara and Harold looked up as he pulled open drawers and shoved books aside. It's here, he gasped. The original pact, somewhere in this house. Caleb was already awake, staring into the shadows. It's in the floorboards, he whispered, under the parlor. They pried up the wood that afternoon. Beneath the floor, wrapped in oilskin, they found it. a sheet of parchment, brittle but intact. Across it were the names of the founding families written in blood-dark ink. The Harringtons, the Coles, the Danners, the Pikes. And near the bottom, Ethan's grandmother's trembling signature. At the end of the list, a line of script burned into Ethan's mind. 15 must fall, and silence will remain. Mara photographed every inch of the parchment. "This is it," she said, "the proof of the pact. The reason they've kept killing. If we release this, they'll kill us before it leaves the house," Ethan finished. Caleb traced a finger across the page, his expression unreadable. "It doesn't just say silence will remain, it says silence will remain if 15 fall. If we stop it before 15, the pact breaks." Ethan's breath caught. "Then you're not the end. You're the chance to end it." So that night, the house gave them another vision. Harsher than any before. Ethan saw the first pact being made, the families gathered in the parlor, blood dripping into a chalice, words spoken in solemn tones. "We silence to protect. We erase to preserve." He watched as the first victim, a young woman who had tried to expose corruption, was dragged into the cellar. Her screams were muffled by the house itself, absorbed into the walls. Ethan woke with fury boiling in his veins. "This isn't just a family curse," he spat. "It's murder disguised as ritual, and they've been doing it for a century." Mara's jaw tightened. "Then we tear the pact apart piece by piece." Harold slumped in his chair, his eyes wet. "You don't understand. It's not just tradition, it's power. The families hold every seat on the council, every business, every record. Blackwood exists because of the pact. Break it and the whole town unravels." "Then let it unravel," Ethan growled. "No more silence. No more blood." But the town was already moving. That evening, as the storm rolled in again, headlights appeared at the edge of the lane. 3 trucks, engines idling. Men got out, standing in the rain, watching the house. No weapons in hand, but none needed. The message was clear. Caleb stood at the window, pale but unflinching. "They think the house belongs to them, but it doesn't. It belongs to the ones they killed. And they want me to finish what they started." Ethan wrapped an arm around him. "You don't owe them anything." Caleb's eyes flicked to the notebook clutched in his hand. "No, but I owe the dead." From the vents, the whispers rose again, louder than ever, filling the house with their demand. "The 15th must fall," Ethan whispered back, his voice shaking but firm. "Not my son. Not this time." And for the first time, the whispers faltered. The truck stayed at the edge of the lane until dawn. Their engines rumbled all night, low and steady, like a beast growling in the dark. Ethan didn't sleep. He sat with a bat across his knees, every muscle wound tight. Mara paced like a caged wolf, pistol loose in her hand. Caleb sat on the couch, his notebook pressed to his chest, whispering names under his breath like a shield. When the engines finally cut and the trucks rolled back toward town, the house exhaled in relief. But Ethan knew it wasn't over. Blackwood wasn't waiting anymore. The Pact's enforcers were testing their resolve. The next time, they wouldn't just watch. Later that morning, Mara spread copies of the photographs she'd taken of the Pact parchment across the table. "This is our weapon," she said. "Proof of the oath, proof of the blood. If we leak it wide enough, it can't be buried." Harold shook his head miserably. "You don't understand. The pact isn't just words on paper, it's a living thing. The families bound themselves with blood, and that bond is stronger than evidence, stronger than law. Even if the world knows, they'll keep enforcing it." "Then we cut the bond," Ethan said. His voice was hoarse from lack of sleep, but his eyes burned with conviction. "We break the pact itself." Harold looked stricken. "That would take blood too, yours, or his." His gaze flicked toward Caleb, Ethan's fists clenched. "Not him. Never him." That night the dreams returned, crueler than ever. Ethan found himself in the church basement again. A group of townsfolk knelt in a circle, their hands bleeding, voices chanting. The parchment lay in the center, glowing faintly. A boy, Caleb, was dragged forward, pushed to his knees. "Keeper or sacrifice," the faceless figure intoned again. Ethan lunged, screaming, but the dream locked him in place. Caleb's small hands trembled as a blade was pressed into his palm. Tears streaked his face, but his voice was steady. "I choose neither." The dream shattered. Ethan bolted awake, gasping. Caleb sat up at the same time, his eyes wide. "I said it," he whispered, "in the dream. I told them no." Mara crouched beside him, gripping his shoulders. "That's how we win. We refuse their script." But Ethan wasn't sure. Refusal in a dream wasn't enough. The pact demanded flesh. The following day, they tested another theory. Ethan read aloud from Caleb's notebook, speaking each victim's name, each crime, into the recorder. As he spoke, the house stirred. The vents filled with whispers, but they didn't repeat quiet. Instead, they echoed Ethan's words, amplifying them. The walls became his chorus. Caleb's face lit with fragile hope. "See? They don't want silence anymore. They want to be remembered." Mara smiled grimly. "Then we weaponized their memory." They uploaded the recording. Within hours, strangers online dissected it, spreading theories, demanding investigations. Blackwood's secrets were spilling beyond its borders. That evening, as the family huddled around the laptop, the phone rang. Mara answered on speaker. A low, gravelly voice filled the room. "You've made a mistake." "Who is this?" Mara demanded. "You think outsiders will save you," the voice continued, "but the pact is older than the town. Older than you. You've woken something you can't put back to sleep." The line went dead. Caleb shivered. "It wasn't just them," he whispered. "It's the house, too. The blood in the walls." That night, Ethan dreamed not of the victims, but of his grandmother. She stood in the parlor, her eyes wet, her hands shaking. "I signed to protect you," she whispered. "But every signature is a chain. Break it, Ethan, break it before it binds him." He reached for her. But she dissolved into shadow, leaving only the faint scent of smoke. When he woke, he knew what he had to do. "We burn it," Ethan said the next morning, standing over the parchment. "The pact itself, if blood bound it, maybe fire can break it." Harold recoiled. "You can't. It's not just ink, it's life. If you burn it, the house will turn on you." "Then let it," Ethan said. "Better it turns on me than on my son." Mara met his eyes, steel in hers. "If we do this, we do it together. No more hiding." Caleb placed his notebook beside the parchment. "If you burn theirs, keep mine. So the world remembers." Ethan's chest ached with pride and terror. His son had become the conscience of the dead. That night, they prepared. They gathered the diaries, the photographs, the reels, the parchment itself. Mara set up cameras, ensuring the act would be streamed live. Caleb sat cross-legged on the floor, holding the lantern. Ethan struck a match. As the flame touched the parchment, the house screamed. The walls shook, the vents wailed with voices, the chandelier rattled violently. The parchment curled and blackened, the ink sizzling as if alive. The whispers rose into a furious roar. "Blood must pay. Blood must pay." Ethan threw the parchment into the fireplace. Flames devoured it. The roar peaked, then faltered, then broke into silence so sharp it hurt. The house exhaled. The flame guttered low. The pact was ash. Ethan collapsed to his knees, trembling. Caleb crawled into his arms, whispering, "It's over." But Mara's face was grim. "No, the pact is broken, but the people who lived by it aren't. And they won't forgive us for destroying their scripture." From outside, engines roared to life again. Headlights slashed across the windows. Blackwood was coming. The ash still smoldered in the fireplace when the first engine roared closer. Ethan stood in the parlor, Caleb clutching his side, Mara aiming her pistol toward the door. The night outside was alive with headlights, shadows shifting between trees, the low growl of trucks circling like wolves. "They know," Mara muttered. "They felt it break." Ethan's hands shook as he shoved the last of the diaries into the duffel bag. "We stream everything now. No more waiting." Caleb's small hand tugged his sleeve. "Dad, listen." They froze. The house, usually humming with whispers, was silent. No murmurs in the vents, no sighs in the walls. For the first time since they had arrived, the mansion wasn't bleeding memory. Mara's eyes narrowed. It's not relief. It's the pause before a scream. The scream came minutes later. Not human. Worse. The house shrieked through every beam, every nail, a sound that split their bones. Windows rattled, lights flickered, the chandelier swung violently. Caleb fell to his knees, clutching his head. "They're inside me," he gasped. "All of them. They're angry the pact is gone." Ethan pulled him close, heart pounding. "Fight it, Caleb. They're just voices." "No," Caleb cried. "They're blood. They're family. They say I belong to them." Harold stumbled into the room, pale and shaking. "I told you. The pact wasn't just paper, it was a tether. Burn it and you release the dead from their chain. Now they'll claw at anything left, your boy most of all." "Then we cut the tether completely," Mara snapped. "We finish what we started." The trucks outside pulled up the lane, tires crunching gravel. Shadows spilled from them. Men and women with flashlights, some carrying shotguns, others clutching torches. Townsfolk, neighbors, enforcers of the Silence Pact. Ethan gritted his teeth. "They're coming to put the chain back on." Caleb's eyes glowed strangely in the flicker of the fire. "They can't. Not if I speak louder than them." He lifted his notebook. "The house listens to me now." Before Ethan could stop him, Caleb stood in the center of the parlor and began to read aloud. Victim after victim, name after name, date after date. His young voice carried like thunder in the silence, each word striking the air like a hammer. The walls responded. Whispers surged, echoing Caleb, amplifying him. The names of the dead rolled through the vents, shouted from the pipes, screamed from the floorboards. "Helen! Lucy! Samuel! Ruth!" Outside, the townsfolk staggered. Some dropped their torches, others clapped hands over their ears. One woman fell to her knees in the mud, sobbing uncontrollably. The house was forcing them to hear. Mara's eyes widened. "He's turning the house into a weapon." Ethan rushed forward, kneeling before his son. "Caleb, stop. You'll burn yourself out." Caleb's voice cracked but didn't falter. "They need to be remembered, all of them. If I stop now, it all goes quiet again." Ethan's throat closed. "Then I'll read with you." He grabbed another diary, his voice raw, shouting the words alongside his son. Mara joined in, her voice sharp and steady. Even Harold whispered, tears streaming down his face. The house thundered with their chorus. The townsfolk broke, some ran. Others fired shots blindly at the mansion, bullets splintering wood. Glass shattered. Mara returned fire, her shots deliberate, controlled. They'll storm us, she shouted over the chaos. Then let them, Ethan roared. Let them walk into the voices of every soul they killed. The whispers surged louder, drowning gunfire, drowning screams. The air inside the mansion felt charged, almost alive. The chandelier shook loose from the ceiling and crashed to the floor, sparks exploding across the room. The house itself seemed to be choosing a side. And then, in the sudden silence after the crash, Caleb collapsed. His notebook slipped from his hands, pages fluttering across the floor like feathers. "Caleb!" Ethan scooped him up, panic ripping through him. The boy's eyes fluttered, his lips moving soundlessly. Harold knelt beside them, voice trembling. "He's carrying too much. The voices are pouring through him like floodwater." Ethan shook his head violently. "No. He's not theirs. He's not the 15th. I won't let him be." But even as he said it, he felt the truth pressing in. The pact was broken, yes, but the dead weren't gone. They wanted Caleb as their vessel, their keeper. Mara grabbed Ethan's arm, her voice fierce. "Then we make them a deal. They want a witness? Fine. We give them all of us. Every word, every secret broadcast to the world. Not silence, not one keeper. All of us." Ethan stared at her, then at his son, then at the laptop streaming live on the table. He understood. If everyone remembers, no one has to keep it. He lifted Caleb's notebook and held it to the camera. "This is the truth of Blackwood," he said, his voice hoarse but strong. "Every crime, every victim, every silence. The pact is broken, the town is guilty, and we will not be quiet." Mara's voice joined his, naming victims. Harold, through sobs, whispered the sins of his family. The stream filled with their words. The house amplifying every syllable, the whispers turning into a roar that rattled the windows and rolled out into the night. Outside, the townsfolk stumbled back, their torches extinguished, their shouts drowned. Some fled, others collapsed. The trucks peeled away, engines howling, retreating down the road. Inside, the mansion sighed. The walls grew still. The whispers softened. Caleb stirred in Ethan's arms, whispering one last phrase before sleep claimed him. "They're quiet now, because they've been heard." Ethan clutched him tight, tears spilling freely. For the first time, silence in the house felt like peace. But Mara's eyes stayed sharp, her pistol steady in her hand. "They'll be back," she said. "The people, not the voices. They'll come with lawyers, judges, fire. Blackwood won't let its power go without a fight." Ethan nodded grimly. "Then we'll fight, not with silence, not with blood. With truth." And above them the old mansion groaned, not in pain, not in anger, but in something Ethan dared to think might be agreement. As morning broke gray and heavy, like the town itself was ashamed to see the light. The mansion stood battered, shattered glass on the floor, scorch marks on the walls, bullet holes in the window frames. Yet the air inside was different. The whispers were gone. For the first time since arriving, Ethan could hear nothing but the tick of the grandfather clock and the shallow breaths of his son. Caleb lay on the couch, pale but alive. His notebook rested on his chest, pages smudged with ink and fingerprints. Every so often his lips moved, as if still speaking in dreams, but no words came out. Ethan stroked his hair, fighting tears. "He saved us," Ethan whispered. "He saved the voices too. They're quiet because he gave them what they wanted." Mara stood at the window, scanning the tree line with tired eyes. "He didn't just save us. He made himself their vessel. The house may be silent, but it's still watching him, waiting." Ethan clenched his jaw. "Then I'll tear this place apart beam by beam before I let it take him." Harold sat hunched in a chair, his face lined with guilt. "You can't destroy it with wood and nails. The house isn't just a place, it's a covenant written in blood." If Caleb refuses the role, the pact collapses completely. If he accepts, his voice broke. Then he becomes what they wanted all along, the new keeper. The word filled the room like poison. Keeper. That night, Ethan dreamed of Caleb alone in the parlor. His son held the blood-stained parchment, reborn from ash, impossible to destroy. Around him stood the 15 victims, their faces pale and mournful. They didn't threaten him. They bowed. "You are the keeper," they whispered. "You hold our silence, and you hold our memory." Caleb's eyes glistened with tears as he looked up at Ethan. "Dad, if I take it, they'll rest. But I'll never be free." Ethan woke, shaking, sweat drenching his shirt. Caleb sat up too, rubbing his eyes. "I saw it," he whispered. "They want me to choose." The following day, Mara made her stance clear. If he refuses, the pact dies, the town loses its grip, the families lose their excuse. That's the path. "But what if refusing doesn't free the victims?" Ethan asked, his voice raw. "What if it leaves them wandering forever? What if Caleb's the only one who can close it?" Caleb listened silently, his small hands gripping the notebook tight. Finally, he said, "They don't want silence anymore, they want justice. And justice means being remembered, not hidden." Harold lifted his head slowly, his eyes red. Then he must speak, loud enough to bury silence forever. And that evening, the mansion prepared the stage for him. The lights flickered, doors opened on their own, leading Caleb to the parlor. Ethan and Mara followed, dread clawing their throats. The fireplace roared to life, though no one touched it. Shadows thickened along the walls, shaping into figures. The 15 victims. Their hollow eyes turned to Caleb. The boy stepped forward, trembling but steady. "You want me to be your keeper," he said softly. "But I won't keep you quiet. I'll tell the world everything." The shadows stirred, voices overlapping in a mournful chorus. "Then speak. Speak for us." Caleb opened his notebook. His small voice carried strong despite the tremor. Name by name, crime by crime, he read them all. The boy by the fireplace, the teacher stabbed in her classroom, the mother burned in her kitchen, the infant erased from records. The Collins family taken whole. As he spoke, the victims' shapes flickered brighter, their whispers swelling not with anger, but with release. The walls echoed his words, amplifying them until the house itself seemed to cry out with him. Mara pressed record on the camera. "Keep going, Caleb," she whispered. "The world is listening." But then the mansion shifted. The air thickened, the shadows deepened. A 16th figure appeared, blurred, faceless, indistinct. Caleb froze. "Who is that?" Ethan demanded. The voices answered in unison. "The pact is not finished. The 15th must fall, or the bloodline will remain keeper forever." Ethan's stomach dropped. "No," he growled. "Not him. Not my son." The faceless figure turned toward Caleb, reaching out. Caleb stood straighter, clutching his notebook. "You said you wanted memory, not silence. Then take my words instead of my blood. That's my choice." The figure paused. The shadows wavered. The voices rose again. Conflicted, torn between ritual and release. Mara raised her pistol, her voice sharp. "You take him and I burn this whole house to the ground. You'll lose everything." For a long moment, the mansion groaned, beams cracking, whispers colliding like storm winds. Then slowly, the faceless figure dissolved. The victims' shapes dimmed, their voices fading into a sigh. Caleb lowered his notebook, his small chest heaving. "They listened," he whispered, "but they're not gone, not yet. They're waiting for me to finish." Ethan pulled him into his arms, his heart breaking with both relief and dread. The choice hadn't been made, not fully. The keeper's role still hovered, waiting. The mansion refused to sleep. Even without the usual whispers, the air felt dense, charged, as if the wood and stone were holding their breath. Ethan sat by the fire, Caleb leaning against him, notebook clutched tight. Mara kept her vigil near the window, eyes scanning the tree line, pistol resting in her lap. Harold dozed in the corner, muttering apologies in his sleep. Caleb's voice broke the silence. "They're still here, quiet but waiting." Ethan rubbed his back. "They can wait forever. You don't owe them anything." "But I do," Caleb said softly. "They're part of me now. When I close my eyes, I see their faces. They don't want blood anymore, Dad. They want me to decide." Ethan's heart clenched. The Keeper's choice wasn't just about survival. It was about carrying centuries of silence, or breaking it so violently the town might never recover. The next dream came to Caleb instead of Ethan. The boy found himself standing in the church basement, though this time it was filled not with coffins but with books. Stacks of diaries, ledgers, contracts, every record of the pact. In the center stood the faceless figure, holding the blood-stained parchment. "Keeper or sacrifice," it intoned again. But then behind it, the 15 victims appeared. They weren't hostile. Their voices rose together. "We want memory, not silence." Caleb lifted his notebook. "Then I choose to speak." The figure hesitated. Shadows writhed around it, torn between obedience to the pact and surrender to the boy's defiance. Caleb woke with a gasp. Ethan and Mara were at his side instantly. "What happened?" Ethan asked. "They asked me again," Caleb whispered. "But the others, the victims, they stood with me. I think they're on our side now." Mara's eyes narrowed. "That means the pact's losing its grip." On the next day, the townsfolk made their move. A delegation of 6 arrived in daylight. Linda Garvey at the front, Father Cole at her side, and Walt Danner trailing behind. No torches, no weapons in hand, but menace in every line of their faces. "You've broken the pact," Linda said coldly. "The town is unraveling because of you." Ethan stood firm in the doorway. "No. It's unraveling because of what you've done for generations." Cole's voice was smooth, practiced. "You think the house will rest without a keeper? Without the 15th sacrifice? You've stirred it into fury. Blackwood will fall." "Then let it," Mara snapped, stepping forward with her pistol visible at her hip. "We're not handing over the boy." Linda's eyes flicked to Caleb, who stood half-hidden behind his father. "It isn't about surrender, it's about destiny. He carries the blood. The pact is written into him. If he refuses, the town will devour itself." Caleb's voice cut through, steady despite his trembling hands. "Then let it. Maybe it deserves to." The delegation flinched. Danner muttered something under his breath, but Cole silenced him with a glance. Linda forced a smile. "You're brave, child, but bravery won't stop the house. When it decides, you won't be able to resist." They left with those words hanging heavy in the air. That night, the house trembled as if in rage. Windows rattled, doors banged shut, the floorboards groaned under invisible weight. Caleb sat cross-legged on the rug, notebook open, whispering names to steady himself. Ethan crouched beside him. "Are you scared?" he asked. Caleb nodded. "Yes, but I'm more scared of being quiet." Mara knelt on his other side, her voice soft. "Then don't be. No matter what happens, you speak. You tell everything. That's how we win." The dream that followed was the fiercest yet. Ethan and Caleb both shared it this time. They stood in the parlor, the 15 victims behind them. Across the room, the faceless figure loomed, parchment glowing in its hand. "Choose," it demanded, "keeper or sacrifice." Ethan shouted, "He chooses neither!" The victims' voices rose. Remember us, remember us. Caleb lifted his notebook. I choose memory. I choose to break the silence. The figure trembled, its form distorting, flickering between solidity and smoke. The parchment burned in its hands, curling into ash. The house shook violently, beams creaking, glass shattering. When they woke, the mansion was still trembling. Picture frames lay shattered on the floor. A long crack split the parlor wall from ceiling to baseboard. The pact's grip was breaking, but Caleb lay pale and weak, his lips bloodless. Ethan carried him to the couch, terror clawing his chest. What's happening to him? He begged. Harold's voice shook. He's carrying their voices. Every refusal drains him. If he rejects the pact completely, it could kill him. Ethan's vision blurred with tears. No, he's not dying for them. Mara's jaw tightened. Then we finish this before it kills him. One final act to tear the pact apart. Caleb stirred, whispering, There's one more choice left. His eyes opened, glazed with exhaustion but burning with determination. If I speak the last name, the 15th, it ends. Ethan froze. But there is no 15th, that's you. Caleb shook his head weakly. No, it was never supposed to be me. The 15th is someone else. The house has been hiding it. Mara's breath caught. Then we find that name, and we expose it. The house groaned, a long, mournful sound that made the walls shiver. Ethan pulled Caleb close. Then that's what we do. We find the true 15th, and we make sure it isn't you. From the vents came a whisper, faint but clear. The last name waits in blood. The air in the mansion felt heavier after Caleb's revelation, as if the house itself had overheard and was deciding whether to resist or comply. Ethan paced the parlor, fists clenched, while Mara pinned documents and photos back to the cracked study wall. Caleb lay on the couch, notebook resting on his lap, his face pale but eyes sharp. The true 15th, Mara muttered, scanning the strings of names and dates. If it isn't Caleb, then the pact isn't finished. That means someone else's blood was spilled. Someone erased so completely we haven't seen them yet. Harold rubbed trembling hands over his face. There was a rumor, when I was a boy, about a man who tried to expose the pact. His name was spoken in whispers, then never again. My father said he was buried twice. Once in the ground, once in memory. Name, Ethan snapped. Harold shook his head miserably. I don't know. They never told me, that was the point. Caleb lifted his notebook. The house knows, it's in the blood, I can find it if I listen. Ethan crouched in front of him. Not if it hurts you? You nearly died last night. Caleb's small hand found his father's. If I don't, they'll keep trying to make me the 15th. If I show them who it really is, the pact ends. Ethan's chest ached. His son was 10 years old and already speaking like a soldier. That night, the house dragged them all into a shared dream. Ethan, Mara, Caleb, even Harold found themselves in the cellar, shadows flickering against the stone walls. The victims stood in a half circle, their faces sorrowful. At the center, the faceless figure appeared again, parchment glowing in its hand. The 15th must fall, it intoned. Caleb stepped forward, notebook clutched to his chest. Tell me their name, he demanded, not mine, the true 15th. The shadows writhed. The parchment burned brighter, then dimmed. Slowly, letters appeared across its surface, first blurred, then sharpening into a name. But before they could read it, the dream fractured violently. Figures in robes stormed the cellar, their faces clear this time. Cole, Linda, Danner. They tore the parchment away, their voices booming. Silence is survival. The victims wailed, their forms flickering. Caleb cried out, reaching for the name. but the vision collapsed. And they woke gasping, all four of them. The house groaned, cracks spreading along the parlor ceiling. "They know we're close," Mara said. "They're trying to stop us from seeing the name." Harold sat trembling, tears streaking his cheeks. "My God, it's true, there's another victim. One more crime buried so deep even we forgot." Ethan slammed a fist on the table. "Then we drag it out, no matter what." The next day, Mara led them to the town archives. They slipped in at dawn, when the streets were quiet, and Harold used his faded keys to open the back door. Dust hung in the air, shelves groaning with ledgers and census books. "We look for gaps," Mara said. "Years where records don't add up. Families that vanish between lines." Hours crawled by. Ethan flipped brittle pages until his eyes blurred. Caleb ran his finger down names, whispering each aloud, waiting for the house inside him to stir. Finally, he stopped. His finger trembled over a single entry. Jonathan Ward, 1912. The name hit Ethan like a blade. "Ward?" Caleb's lips moved, whispering words not his own. He tried to tell. They buried him under both names, one in the grave, one in the ledger. Harold's face went white. "Jonathan Ward was your great-uncle. He worked at the mill. My grandfather told me he stood up in church one Sunday and started shouting about the pact. They dragged him out. No one saw him again." Ethan's stomach twisted, his own blood, his own name. He was the 15th, Mara's eyes burned. And they've been trying to pin it on Caleb ever since. Rewrite history so the bloodline stays chained. That night, the house erupted. Whispers surged through the vents, not mournful but furious. The 15th must fall. The 15th must fall. Windows shattered, the floor buckled. Caleb clutched his notebook, screaming. "They don't want me to know! They don't want me to say his name!" Ethan held him tight, shouting over the roar. "Then say it! Say his name!" Caleb screamed into the storm. "Jonathan Ward! He was the 15th. You already took him." The house convulsed. The walls split, plaster raining down. The whispers shrieked, twisting into silence like a flame snuffed out. For one breathless moment, the mansion was utterly still. Then the voices returned, soft, broken, but no longer angry. "Remember us," they whispered. "All of us." Caleb sagged in his father's arms, exhausted but alive. "They heard me," he whispered. "They know it's finished." Ethan kissed his forehead, tears spilling down his face. "You did it, son. You broke their chain." But Mara's gaze stayed fixed on the cracked ceiling, her hand still on her pistol. "No," she said softly. "We broke the pact. But the families are still alive, and they're not done." Outside, headlights cut through the trees. More trucks, more townsfolk. Blackwood was coming for them again. But this time, Ethan wasn't afraid. They had the truth, the name, the 15th victim the town had tried to erase. And Caleb was no longer the sacrifice. He was the witness. The trucks pulled into the lane like an army. Engines snarled. Headlights cut through the mist. Doors slammed. Ethan counted at least a dozen townsfolk stepping into the rain. Men and women, young and old, their faces grim with purpose. Shotguns glinted. Torches hissed in the drizzle. And at the front stood Linda Garvey, Father Cole, and Walt Danner, their expressions carved from stone. Inside the parlor, the air was tense enough to snap. Caleb clutched his notebook against his chest, his eyes wide but steady. Mara loaded her pistol with calm efficiency, checking each round like she had rehearsed this moment her entire life. Harold sat pale in the corner, whispering prayers to ghosts he had once betrayed. Ethan tightened his grip on the bat, the weight of it solid in his palm. "They're here for him," Ethan said, his voice low. They're here for silence, Mara corrected. They know we found the name. They can't let Jonathan Ward resurface. Caleb's voice was small but firm. They want to bury him again. If they do, they'll bury me with him. Ethan crouched in front of him, gripping his shoulders. Not tonight. Tonight we bury them. The knock came, loud enough to rattle the glass. Linda's voice followed, sharp as broken glass. You've done enough damage, Ethan Ward. Hand over the boy, hand over the evidence. We'll spare you the rest. Ethan shouted back, Jonathan Ward. That name mean anything to you, Linda? Because it means everything to this town. You killed him to keep your lies alive. The silence that followed was almost satisfying. Then Cole's voice rolled through the storm. That name was erased. No record, no grave. Only blood remembers, and blood must pay. Blood already paid, Caleb cried from behind his father. His small voice carried through the broken window like a bell. You took him. You can't take me too. The townsfolk shifted uneasily outside, murmurs rising. Mara leaned close to Ethan, whispering, They're not unified. Some of them didn't know. Say more. Break them apart. Ethan stepped into the doorway, rain soaking his shirt instantly. You've all been living under a lie. Your families killed their own neighbors, erased their names, burned their houses, and called it fate. You think you're protecting Blackwood. You're protecting murderers. Faces shifted in the crowd, fear, doubt, anger. Some lowered their torches, others gripped them tighter. Linda stepped forward, her smile razor sharp. Don't listen to him. The Wards were always weak. His grandmother signed the pact herself. He carries the same blood. His son is meant to end it. Ethan felt Caleb press against his side, trembling. She's lying, the boy whispered. I know, Ethan said softly, then louder. My grandmother signed because she was forced. My great-uncle Jonathan stood up and told the truth, and you buried him for it. That's your real legacy. A town built on graves. The crowd stirred again. A man in the back shouted, Is it true? Did you kill Jonathan Ward? Cole's voice boomed like a sermon. Jonathan Ward was a traitor. He threatened everything we built. Everything you stole, Ethan roared. Land, families, lives. You can't erase it anymore. The house remembers. We remember. Inside, Mara tapped the laptop, making sure the stream was live. The camera caught the confrontation, broadcasting it to whoever was still watching beyond Blackwood. Harold whispered, God forgive me, as he held up the parchment photographs for the lens. Caleb stepped forward, clutching his notebook. His voice shook, but he spoke loud enough for the rain to carry. My name is Caleb Ward. I'm 10 years old, and I remember Jonathan Ward. He was my family. He was the 15th. You killed him, you lied about him, but I won't be quiet. The boy's voice cracked on the last word, but the house itself seemed to echo him. The vents groaned, the walls hummed. From the chimney came a single booming whisper. Remember us. The townsfolk staggered. Some dropped their torches entirely. Linda's mask finally cracked. She stepped forward, rain plastering her hair to her face, her eyes wild. Enough! That child is the pact's end. If we don't finish it, Blackwood dies. Then let it die, Ethan roared back. Let the lies burn with it. Cole lifted his hands like a preacher calming a congregation. Don't be fooled. This is fear talking. Without silence, chaos will swallow us. But Mara's voice cut him like steel. Silence already swallowed you. Look around. Half of them are questioning you right now. The other half are too scared to admit they've known the truth all along. The crowd wavered, torn between loyalty and doubt. And then the house joined in. Windows rattled, floorboards shook, whispers surged louder than the storm, names poured from the walls, Helen, Lucy, Samuel, Jonathan rolling over the crowd like thunder. The victims were speaking for themselves now, refusing to be buried again. Caleb's eyes shone with tears, his small voice rising above the storm. They don't want silence anymore, they want justice. They want everyone to hear them. The townsfolk faltered. Some turned and fled into the rain. Others stood rooted, faces pale. Linda screamed in rage, lunging forward with a knife gleaming in her hand. Ethan swung the bat, meeting her halfway. The wood cracked against her wrist, the knife clattering into the mud. Mara's pistol barked a warning shot into the air, scattering the rest. Cole's voice thundered over the chaos, desperate now. The pact is broken, the bloodline betrayed us. Blackwood will burn. Then let it burn clean, Ethan spat, pulling Caleb behind him. The headlights faded one by one as trucks peeled away, tires spitting gravel. Within minutes, the lane was empty except for the rain and the echo of whispers fading into silence. Inside, the family collapsed together in the parlor. Mara reloaded with shaking hands. Harold wept openly. Ethan held Caleb, who clutched his notebook like a lifeline. They won't stop, Ethan whispered. Not until they're exposed completely, not until the whole world knows. Caleb's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. Then we keep speaking, louder and louder, until there's no quiet left. The house groaned above them, beams settling as though in agreement. For the first time, silence didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a choice. The rain eased into a steady drizzle, but the lane outside the mansion looked like a battlefield. Mud churned where boots had stood, torches smoldered where they'd fallen. The echoes of the confrontation lingered in Ethan's ears. Caleb's defiant cry, the whispers thundering names through the walls, Linda's scream when the bat struck her down. Inside, the house was unsettled. The whispers hadn't vanished entirely. They pulsed like faint heartbeats through the vents, neither mournful nor furious, but waiting. Ethan wondered if the dead were holding their breath to see how the living would end the story. Mara shut the front door with finality, locking the bolts even though she knew they wouldn't hold against guns or fire. They'll regroup, she said. Linda won't let this go. Neither will Cole. They looked shaken, Harold offered weakly. Some of them fled. You saw it. Mara's eyes were hard. Fear scatters people, but fear also rallies them. When they come back, they'll come to finish it. Caleb sat curled on the couch, his notebook clutched tight. He looked exhausted, his face too pale for comfort, but his eyes were alive with fire. They're not just scared of us, he said softly. They're scared of the voices. The dead spoke louder than them. That's why they ran. Ethan brushed damp hair from his son's forehead. And that's why they'll try again. They'd rather burn the house down than let the truth live. At dawn, Blackwood streets buzzed like a hive struck with a stick. Mara drove into town to gather supplies while Ethan and Caleb stayed behind. From the truck, she saw knots of townsfolk gathered on corners, whispering heatedly. Some pointed at her with hatred, others avoided her gaze. At the diner, the morning paper lay folded on the counter. The front page screamed, "Dark secrets in Blackwood. Internet storm targets town families." Beneath it was a blurry still from Mara's stream. Caleb holding his notebook in the parlor, Ethan at his side, their faces etched with defiance. "They know," Mara muttered. She could feel eyes on her from every booth. Some glared, some looked stricken. A few, just a few, looked almost hopeful. Back at the mansion, Ethan listened as Harold spoke haltingly about his family's role. "We were scribes," the old man admitted. "The Pikes kept the records, deeds, births, deaths. We erased what we were told to erase. I was young when I first saw it done. My father said, if it isn't written, it never happened. Caleb's voice cut through, quiet but sharp. That's not true, it happened. The house remembers. Harold covered his face with trembling hands. And now the house is screaming through me. I hear them every night. I should have broken the silence decades ago. Ethan's jaw tightened. Then help us finish it now. No more guilt, no more silence. Use what you know to tear them down. That night, the house stirred violently. Doors banged, the chandelier swung, the walls groaned like they would split open. Caleb sat bolt upright in bed, clutching his notebook. They're coming, he whispered, and not just people. Soredan, the house says the Pact's blood wants to be paid back in full. Mara grabbed her gun and flashlight. We've got to get ahead of them. But before they could plan, headlights cut across the windows again. More trucks, more shadows. This time Ethan counted nearly 20. The families had rallied, and they weren't coming for words. Linda's voice rang out from the dark, amplified by a megaphone. Ethan Ward, hand over the boy and the records, do this, and the rest of you live. Caleb stood beside his father, trembling but resolute. They'll never stop, Dad. Even if we give them me, they'll keep killing. They'll make another pact. Another silence. Ethan gripped his shoulders. Then we don't give them anything, not you, not silence, nothing. Mara checked the laptop. We're still streaming. If they storm us, the world sees it live. They'll cut the power, Harold muttered. Then we keep shouting till our throats bleed, Mara replied. The townsfolk advanced slowly, torches bobbing in the mist. Cole raised his arms like a preacher leading a funeral procession. This is your last chance, he boomed. Blackwood cannot survive without silence, Ethan shouted back, his voice raw. Blackwood doesn't survive with silence, it rots with it. You killed Jonathan Ward. You killed children, mothers, fathers. You built a town on graves. And we're done letting you bury them again. The crowd faltered, torn between fury and doubt. Some shouted curses, others lowered their torches. The divide was visible now, splitting the town down the middle. Caleb stepped forward, holding his notebook high. His voice cracked but carried clear. Jonathan Ward was the 15th. His blood was spilled already. The pact is finished. You don't need me. You just don't want to face what you've done. The house joined him. The whispers surged from the walls, not demanding silence, but chanting names. Jonathan, Helen, Lucy, Samuel, Ruth. Each voice layered until the air itself vibrated. The crowd staggered. Some fell to their knees. Others screamed, clapping hands over their ears. Cole shouted desperately, "Stop listening! They're lies! Echoes! Nothing more!" But the voices didn't stop. They grew louder, angrier, unstoppable. Mara's pistol barked a warning shot into the sky. "Anyone who steps onto this porch tonight," she shouted, "the world will see you for what you are. Murderers caught in the act." For a moment, no one moved. Then Linda lunged forward, torch raised, screaming. The clash was chaos. Ethan swung the bat, knocking the torch from her hand. Flames hissed into the mud. Mara fired again, deliberately low, scattering the rest. The house itself seemed to fight back. Windows rattled, shutters slammed, whispers surged so loud they cracked glass. Caleb shouted from the porch, his small voice carrying above it all. "The silence is over. Do you hear me? It's over." The townsfolk broke. Some fled into the night. Others collapsed, sobbing. Even Cole faltered, his voice drowned by the roar of the dead. Linda fell to her knees, clutching her bleeding wrist, her eyes wild. "You'll burn us all," she hissed. Ethan stood over her, breathing hard. Maybe that's the only way Blackwood survives. By dawn, the trucks were gone. The lane lay empty except for scattered torches and churned mud. Inside the mansion, silence finally held. Not the suffocating kind, but the stillness after a storm. Ethan held Caleb, whose notebook lay open on the table, every name written in bold ink. Mara stood by the window, watching the sunrise through cracked glass. Harold sat slumped, whispering, "It's ending. After all these years, it's finally ending." But Ethan knew better. The families were wounded, yes, but not destroyed. Blackwood had survived a century on blood and silence. They would not let go easily, and the Keeper's choice was not finished. The mansion was eerily calm after the crowd dispersed. Sunlight crept through broken windows, catching on shards of glass and the soot-black scars of torches doused in the mud. Ethan should have felt relief, but instead a gnawing dread sat heavy in his chest. Blackwood wasn't finished. The families had pulled back, not surrendered. Mara checked her pistol, eyes sharp. They'll be back, and next time it won't be torches and shouting. They'll bring the law or worse. We can't stay here forever. Caleb sat at the dining table, pale and trembling, his notebook open in front of him. He had scrawled Jonathan Ward's name across an entire page, over and over, as if anchoring it into existence. "They hate it," he whispered. "Every time I write his name, they scream. Not the dead, the living." Harold shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Jonathan was the crack in their dam. Admitting he was the 15th means admitting the pact already ended decades ago. Everything they've done since was murder without purpose. Ethan's jaw clenched. Then we make the crack a flood. That night, the house pulled them back into its dreams. The parlor flickered with shadow, the victims gathered again in silence. But now Jonathan Ward stood among them. His face was clearer than the others, stern, weary, but unbroken. He stepped forward, fixing Ethan with hollow eyes. "You remembered me," Jonathan said, his voice echoing through the walls. "Now finish it." "Finish what?" Ethan demanded. Jonathan's gaze slid to Caleb. He carries the blood. He carries the choice. Keeper or witness. One binds, one frees. He cannot be both. Caleb lifted his notebook in the dream. "I choose to witness. I choose to speak." The shadows trembled. The faceless figure appeared once more, parchment burning in its hands. "Silence is survival," it hissed. "No," Caleb said firmly. "Silence is death." The parchment disintegrated. The dream shattered. As they woke to chaos, the house shook violently, beams groaning, plaster raining down. Lights flickered. The whispers surged again, but now they weren't demanding silence. They were shouting names, dozens of them were the roll call of every victim across generations. The sound was deafening, a storm of memory. Caleb clutched his notebook, his small body racked with tremors. "They're pouring through me," he gasped. "All of them. They don't want to fade. They want everyone to hear." Ethan held him tight. "Then let them. Use your voice." Mara pressed the laptop live, camera facing Caleb. "Speak, kiddo. The world's listening." Caleb's voice broke but carried. Name after name he read from his notebook, each one echoing through the mansion and out into the stream. The house amplified him, walls vibrating, vents roaring. Outside, dogs howled, windows in town rattled. People woke to the sound of their buried history being shouted into the night. The retaliation came fast. Engines roared back into the lane, this time not just trucks but a police cruiser, its siren wailing. Blackwood's sheriff, one of Cole's allies, stormed the porch with deputies behind him. "Ethan Ward," he shouted, "you're under arrest for inciting violence and trespassing in protected property." Mara snorted. Protected property. This house is a graveyard. Ethan stood in the doorway, bat at his side. You want to arrest me? Fine. But you'll have to explain why the whole world just heard the names of people your family's erased. The sheriff's face twisted. Shut it down. Now. Caleb's voice rang from behind Ethan. Jonathan Ward, he was the 15th. You killed him. The deputies froze. Whispers surged through the vents again, louder, angrier. Jonathan, Jonathan, Jonathan. The name thundered through the house, rolling out into the yard. The sheriff staggered, clutching his head. Stop it, stop! You can't stop the truth, Ethan growled. Not anymore. The confrontation exploded. Deputies lunged forward. Mara fired a warning shot into the ceiling, plaster raining down. Ethan swung the bat, knocking a flashlight from a deputy's hand. The sheriff tried to drag Caleb away, but the house itself seemed to intervene. Floorboards buckled, knocking him off balance. Linda appeared in the doorway, her arm in a sling, her eyes blazing. Give us the boy, she shrieked. He is the Pact. No, Caleb said, his voice steady despite the chaos. I'm the end of it. The house roared agreement. Windows shattered outward, showering the porch in glass. The chandelier crashed again, sparks hissing. The voices of the dead rose in a single cry. Remember us! The deputies fled in panic. The sheriff stumbled into the rain, clutching his ears. Linda screamed, retreating as Mara leveled her pistol at her chest. Only Father Cole remained, standing in the mud, rain plastering his collar to his neck. His voice carried calm and cold. You've damned this town, Ethan Ward. Without silence, Blackwood will rot. Ethan stepped forward into the storm, his son's hand in his. No, without silence, Blackwood will finally live. By dawn, the lane was empty again. The house stood battered but unbroken, the whispers finally soft, almost content. Caleb collapsed into sleep, his notebook still in his hands. Mara sat guard by the window, pistol across her lap. Harold wept quietly in the corner, whispering, It's over. Dear God, it's over. But Ethan knew better. The families weren't destroyed, just scattered, wounded. Blackwood's Silence Pact had been shattered, but its keepers still breathed. The final confrontation wasn't finished. Yet as he watched his son sleep, notebook clutched like scripture, Ethan felt something stronger than fear for the first time. Hope. The keeper's choice had been made. Caleb had chosen to speak, and the house itself, for the first time in a century, was listening. The first sunrise after the storm was not gentle. It broke over Blackwood like a blade, harsh and unyielding, illuminating the cracked windows and scorched wood of the mansion. Ethan sat on the porch steps with Caleb leaning against him, both staring at the town below as mist curled away from the river. For the first time in generations, the house was quiet. Not the suffocating quiet of repression, but a stillness waiting to be defined. Caleb clutched his notebook against his chest, whispering almost to himself. They're lighter now. The voices. They're still here, but not so heavy. Ethan kissed the crown of his son's head. Because you gave them what they needed. They're not choking on silence anymore. Mara stepped onto the porch, her pistol holstered for once, a steaming mug of coffee in her hands. Her eyes stayed fixed on the road. The town won't forgive this. Some will thank us in secret, sure. But Cole, Linda, the rest? They'll call us traitors until their dying breath. Ethan's voice was steady. Let them. The truth doesn't need their permission. By mid-morning, Harold gathered what courage he had left. He shuffled into the parlor, clutching a stack of old records. His face was pale, but his eyes carried something new. Resolve. I can't undo what my family did, he said. But I can make sure their lies don't survive. These are land deeds, census pages, marriage licenses. Every place we erased a name, I've marked it. You can show the world how they rewrote history. Mara took the bundle carefully. This will bury them in court. If the state doesn't act, the press will. We'll make their silence louder than any scream. Caleb watched Harold with something between pity and curiosity. You're part of it, too. The house remembers you. Harold bowed his head. I know. That's why I have to help finish it. That evening, Ethan walked the length of the mansion, touching the walls with his fingertips. For so long, the whispers had been constant. Threats, names, pleas. Now the silence followed him room to room. It wasn't absence. It was expectation, like the house was waiting for its role in the story to end. When he returned to the parlor, Mara was spreading maps and records across the table. We can't stay here, she said. We take Caleb, we take Harold, and we get this evidence into hands that can't be bought. Ethan nodded slowly, though his chest tightened at the thought of leaving. What about the house? Mara's eyes hardened. We burn it. Caleb looked up sharply. No, it's not just wood. It's them. If we burn it, we burn their voices. Ethan crouched beside him. The voices don't live here anymore. They live in you, in your notebook, in the recordings. The house doesn't get to keep them. Caleb's hands tightened on his notebook. But what if they fade without the house? Mara's voice softened. Then we'll remember for them. That's what being free means. That night, the house gave them one final dream. Ethan, Mara, Caleb, and Harold stood together in the parlor, the victims arrayed before them. Jonathan Ward stepped forward, his hollow eyes softer than before. You broke the pact, he said. You remembered me. The others rest easier now. Caleb swallowed. Will you go away? Jonathan's gaze lingered on him. We will never be gone. But we no longer bind you. The silence is ashes. What you build from them is yours. Ethan reached for his son, pride swelling. He chose to witness. That's enough. Jonathan nodded once, then turned. One by one, the victims followed, their forms dissolving into the walls until the parlor was empty again. The house sighed, beams settling. For the first time, the dream ended in peace. At dawn, Mara doused the parlor floor in gasoline. Ethan carried Caleb out to the yard, the boy clutching his notebook tightly. Harold stood trembling by the gate, muttering prayers. Mara struck a match. No more hiding in these walls. The flame caught quickly, racing across the wood, swallowing curtains and beams. Within minutes, fire roared through the mansion, heat blistering, smoke curling black into the sky. Windows burst, the roof sagged, the great staircase collapsed in a thunder of ash. Caleb buried his face against his father's chest, whispering, "Goodbye." The whispers didn't rise. No screams echoed. The house burned silent, its memories freed into the smoke. So by noon, only the stone foundation remained. The townsfolk gathered at a distance, watching the plume of smoke climb into the gray sky. Some wept quietly. Others turned away with hard eyes. Cole and Linda stood among them, their faces twisted with fury, but their power cracked. The house, their sanctuary, their scripture, was gone. Ethan stood with Mara, Caleb, and Harold at the edge of the ruins. His voice was steady as he spoke into Mara's recording device. Blackwood's silence ended here. Let no one forget it. Caleb held up his notebook, its pages fluttering in the wind. I'll keep telling it, he said firmly, until everyone listens. The boy's voice carried over the ashes, stronger than the whispers had ever been. The ruins of the mansion smoldered for 2 days. Smoke curled through the valley, clinging to the hills like a warning. Blackwood could no longer pretend the past was buried. Everyone had seen the flames, and everyone knew what had been destroyed. Caleb sat on the porch of a borrowed farmhouse where Ethan and Mara had taken shelter. His notebook lay open across his knees, but instead of writing, he stared at the charred horizon. "It feels quieter," he whispered. "Not just the house, the whole town. Like they don't know what to say now." "They don't," Ethan said, setting a hand on his son's shoulder. "They've lived on silence so long, words feel like fire." Mara stood nearby, scanning the dirt road that led into town. "Don't get comfortable. Cole and Linda aren't finished. Losing the house will make them desperate." Ethan nodded grimly. "Then we stay louder than they can handle." By the third morning, the retaliation began. Flyers appeared on doors, posted to telephone poles, slipped under windows. "Ward family destroys Blackwood's heritage." Child used to spread lies. Mara tore one down and slammed it onto the kitchen table. "They're turning the town against us, making Caleb the villain." Harold trembled as he read the headline. "They're rewriting again. It's all they know." Caleb looked at the flyer with steady eyes. "Then I'll rewrite louder." Mara arranged another stream that evening, using generators and backup connections to keep it live. Ethan sat beside Caleb while the boy read from his notebook, each name spoken like a bell tolling. Harold added testimony of what he'd seen, voice breaking as he confessed to generations of silence. Mara flashed documents across the camera, censuses, deeds, birth certificates doctored by the families. By the time they finished, thousands were watching. Comments flooded the feed, outrage, grief, calls for investigation. Caleb closed his notebook, his voice soft but resolute. Jonathan Ward was the 15th. His death broke the pact. Everything since then has been murder without meaning. We won't be quiet anymore. The screen lit up with support. The silence was gone. But Blackwood fought back harder. The next day, the sheriff arrived at the farmhouse with deputies in tow. "You're trespassing," he barked. "These lands belong to the Danners. You're under arrest for destruction of property and spreading false accusations." Mara stepped forward, her pistol visible at her side. "False? The whole world saw it. You really think you can erase this like you erase the rest?" The sheriff's eyes narrowed. "Watch me." But before he could move, townsfolk emerged from the trees, dozens of them. Not Cole's loyalists, but ordinary people who had watched the streams, who had heard the voices. A farmer shouted, "Leave them alone. They're telling the truth." The deputies faltered, unsure. The sheriff cursed under his breath and retreated, but not before spitting. "This isn't over." That night, the farmhouse filled with visitors. Neighbors, strangers, even children came to listen. Caleb read from his notebook by lantern light, his small voice carrying through the crowded room. Each name he spoke loosened the grip the families had held for a century. Ethan watched with awe. His son, once fragile and trembling, now stood like a prophet in the ruins of silence. Mara whispered to Ethan, "They'll try one last time. When power slips, people like Cole don't fade, they strike." Ethan's jaw tightened. "Then let them. We'll be ready." The strike came at midnight. Trucks roared down the dirt road, headlights blazing. Cole stood in the back of one, Bible raised, Linda at his side with a torch. "Heretics!" he shouted. "Traitors! You've damned Blackwood with your lies." Townsfolk scattered from the farmhouse yard, but some stood their ground, clutching lanterns and farm tools. Caleb stepped into the doorway, his notebook in his hand, his eyes burning with defiance. "You can't kill the truth," he said, his small voice carrying into the storm. You tried for 100 years. You failed. The house, though gone, seemed to answer. The wind rose, carrying the whispers of names once more, not from walls this time, but from the earth itself. The victims had been freed, but they hadn't vanished. Their memory clung to Blackwood like smoke. Linda hesitated, torch shaking in her hand. Some of the loyalists faltered too, fear creeping into their eyes. Cole's voice cracked as he bellowed again, "Without silence there is nothing." But Caleb lifted his notebook high. "Without silence there's everything." The crowd roared, not the loyalists, but the townsfolk who had come to believe. They surged forward, pushing Cole's men back, tearing torches from their hands. The deputies fled. Cole stumbled, shouting scripture that no one heard. Linda dropped her torch and ran. For the first time, the pact keepers were outnumbered. By dawn, the trucks were gone. The townsfolk lingered, exhausted but alive, staring at Ethan, Mara, Caleb, and Harold as if seeing them for the first time. Ethan stepped forward, mud caked on his boots, his voice steady. "The pact is ashes." Jonathan Ward was the 15th. No more silence, no more blood. Caleb's voice joined his father's, clear and unwavering. "Remember them all. That's how we end it." And for the first time, the people of Blackwood answered not with silence, but with a chorus of voices repeating, "Remember them." Blackwood didn't sleep that night. Word of the confrontation at the farmhouse spread faster than fear, faster than the families could contain it. By dawn, townsfolk gathered in the square, some clutching lanterns, others clutching nothing but questions. The courthouse steps, once the stage for silencing, now became the stage for reckoning. Ethan held Caleb's hand as they walked through the uneasy crowd. Mara flanked them, pistol holstered but visible. Harold trailed behind, carrying the bundle of records he'd once hidden. Faces turned as they passed, some hostile, some haunted, some hopeful. At the front, Cole and Linda waited. Their clothes were damp from the storm, their faces pale with fury. A small knot of loyalists stood behind them, but the rest of the town hung back, watching. Waiting. Cole raised his Bible high. "This is blasphemy," he roared. "The Wards seek to destroy what our forefathers built. Without the pact, there will be chaos." Ethan stepped forward, his voice carrying. "Chaos is better than murder disguised as tradition. You built Blackwood on graves. You silenced the truth with blood. And now the truth is screaming louder than you." Linda's voice was sharp as glass. "These are lies. The boy is a puppet, fed nightmares to poison you all." Caleb lifted his notebook, his small hands steady despite the tremor in his body. Not nightmares, memories, names you erased. Jonathan Ward, Helen, Lucy, Samuel, Ruth, all of them. You can't bury them again. The crowd stirred, whispers rippled, some nodded, some wept quietly. Harold stepped forward, his voice trembling but strong. "I was one of them. My family erased records, destroyed names, hid the truth, but I saw. I know what they did, and I say no more." Gasps rose from the crowd. A woman near the front shouted, "Is it true, Cole? Did you kill Jonathan Ward?" Cole's face twisted. "Jonathan Ward was a traitor. He tried to undo everything we sacrificed for." "Sacrificed?" Ethan spat. "You call murder sacrifice? You call erasing families holy? You damned Blackwood long before we spoke a word." The voices came then, not whispers this time, but cries that rolled through the air like thunder. The townsfolk froze as names poured from the wind, echoing through the square. The dead were not bound to the mansion anymore. They were everywhere. "Remember us." The cry shook the courthouse windows, rattled lanterns, sent chills down every spine. People clapped hands over their ears. but the sound was inside them, undeniable. Caleb's voice rose above it, small but unbreakable. I am not your 15th. You already had one. You had dozens. And now, the silence is ashes. The notebook trembled in his hands. He opened it, pages fluttering, and began to read. Name after name, crime after crime, spoken into the square. Each word was an indictment, each syllable another chain broken. The crowd shifted. Some townsfolk fell to their knees weeping. Others turned on Cole and Linda, eyes blazing with betrayal. Linda snapped. She lunged for Caleb, shrieking, "Enough!" But Ethan was faster. He slammed the bat into her chest, knocking her backward onto the steps. Mara's pistol was in her hand instantly, aimed steady at Cole. Cole's face twisted into something between rage and desperation. If you tear down the pact, you tear down Blackwood. This town will rot. Caleb stepped forward, his voice steady, his notebook raised. Then let it rot, let it fall, so something honest can grow in its place. The voices roared their approval, rolling through the square. Cole stumbled, clutching his ears before falling to his knees. The loyalist behind him broke, scattering into the crowd, and just like that, the power of the families cracked. By noon, the courthouse was abandoned by its keepers. The crowd lingered, restless and uncertain, but no longer silent. People spoke, really spoke, arguing, grieving, demanding answers. The silence that had defined Blackwood was gone. In its place was noise, raw and alive. Harold slumped against the steps, tears streaking his face. It's finished, he whispered. Ethan shook his head. No, it's beginning. That night back at the farmhouse, Caleb curled against his father, notebook clutched tight. Dad? Yes, buddy? Am I still the keeper? Ethan kissed his hair. No. You're not the keeper. You're the witness, the one who broke the chain. Caleb's eyes closed, his voice soft. Then I'll keep speaking, until there's nothing left to hide. The house was gone. The pact was ashes, but the voices were alive. In Caleb's notebook, in the recordings, in the memories finally spoken aloud. And Blackwood, for the first time in a century, had to listen. Months passed. Blackwood was no longer the town it had been, though whether it was healing or dying, no one could yet say. The courthouse stood empty. Its doors chained shut by order of the state. Investigators poured through ledgers, deeds, and testimonies, each record another nail in the coffin of the family's power. The Harringtons, the Coles, the Pikes, the Danners, all names once spoken with reverence were now whispered in shame. Cole vanished into the night after the courthouse confrontation. Linda Garvey fled under cover of darkness a week later. Her home found abandoned, curtains flapping through broken windows. Rumors said they ran north, clutching whatever wealth they had left. Rumors also said they still plotted, waiting for Silence to return. But Silence did not return. Instead, Blackwood hummed with voices. People spoke openly of lost relatives, of strange illnesses that never made sense, of neighbors who had vanished in the middle of the night. The town that had swallowed its grief for a century was finally choking on it. And in the choking, there was life. Caleb walked through the streets with his notebook under one arm. Children whispered about him as he passed, some with awe, some with fear. Adults looked at him differently too. To some he was a hero, to others a curse. But no one ignored him anymore. At night he still wrote. His notebook had grown thick, its spine bent, its pages filled edge to edge with names, stories, memories. Sometimes he cried while writing. Sometimes he smiled faintly. Always he wrote. Ethan watched him with pride that never dulled and fear that never eased. He's carrying too much. he told Mara one evening as they sat on the farmhouse porch. Mara sipped her coffee, eyes on the horizon. He's carrying exactly what they wanted buried. That's not too much, it's what he was made to do. But we make sure he never carries it alone. Ethan nodded, and he tried. The state sent officials in dark suits with stiff faces. They interviewed Ethan, Mara, Harold, and even Caleb. They collected documents, recordings, testimonies. The investigators didn't laugh at the idea of whispers in the walls. They didn't believe everything either. But when Ethan slid Caleb's notebook across the table, they paged through it with grave silence. Every name he's written, Mara said, matches a death, a disappearance, or a record altered by the families. You tell me how a 10-year-old invents that. The suits had no answer. Weeks later, indictments followed. Warrants were issued for surviving family heads. Some were arrested quietly, others fled. Blackwood made national news for the first time in its history. Not for prosperity, but for blood. Harold did not live to see the trials. His body gave out one evening, heart failing as he sat at the kitchen table, scribbling one last confession. Caleb found him slumped over, a faint smile on his lips, as if he had finally laid down a burden he'd carried too long. Ethan buried him at the edge of the farmhouse property, under a tree where the ground was soft and the sky opened wide. He paid his debt, Ethan said quietly, not with silence, with truth. Caleb placed a page from his notebook under Harold's hand before the dirt covered it. Now you're remembered too, he whispered. And the ruins of the mansion were eventually cleared, the land marked for public memorial. But the workers reported strange things, tools misplaced, voices carried on the wind, names whispered when no one was near. Some said the foundation itself groaned when bulldozers tore at it. The state finally declared the ground protected, too unstable to build upon. Caleb visited once, standing in the grass where the parlor had been. It isn't angry anymore, he told Ethan. It's resting. Ethan squeezed his shoulder. Because you gave it peace. No, Caleb said softly, clutching his notebook. Because they finally believe me. Years later, Blackwood's high school dedicated a library wing to the victims. Inside, shelves lined with scanned diaries, family records, and a digital archive bore the title, The Witness Collection. At the center, under glass, sat Caleb's first notebook, its pages worn, its ink smudged but legible. Caleb, older now, stood in the crowd at the dedication, Ethan and Mara flanking him. His heart thudded as he listened to the speaker read the inscription. To the voices that were silenced, and to the boy who chose to speak. Some townsfolk applauded, some looked away, but none were silent. And that night, Ethan asked his son, "Do you still hear them?" Caleb hesitated. Not like before, they're quieter. Sometimes, when I dream, I see Jonathan. He doesn't ask me to keep the pact anymore. He just nods, like he's watching, making sure I keep telling the story. Ethan pulled him close, heart swelling with pride. Then that's what you'll do, for the rest of your life if you want. Caleb smiled faintly. I don't want to be the keeper, but I can be the witness. Blackwood would never erase its past again. Too many names had been spoken, too many lies exposed. The silence that had strangled it for a century was ashes now, scattered in smoke and memory. In its place was something messy, painful, alive. The families had lost. The house had fallen. The pact was broken. But the boy with the notebook endured. And as long as Caleb Ward lived, the voices of Blackwood would never, ever be quiet again. The silence of Blackwood is gone, but the echoes remain. If you're brave enough to keep listening, subscribe now, because here at Dark Pulse, the next whisper could be your nightmare.